top, so they found me. Too high, can't ground me. Purple haze surround me. So open up them windows and feel the way that wind blows. I gotta keep that tempo, that ain't that simple. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Rock me, don't stop, all the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop, all the way, all the way. Rock me, don't stop, all the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop, higher, right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop, all the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop, here, right now. Rock me, don't stop, all the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop, right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop, all the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop, all the way to the top. What you gonna say? That I should take it easy. Standing on the edge, trying to catch my breath. Well, nothing beats this feeling. So I don't ever wanna let this, I don't ever wanna let this go. Oh, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy and my made for sure. You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall. So everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Here we go again, here we go again. Now I see double vision. Hanging on the edge, now I'm out of breath. Oh, tell me, am I dreaming? I don't ever wanna let this, I don't ever wanna let this go. No, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy, I'm a made for sure. You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall. So everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. No, I'm not the type to rain in a letter. It takes a lot for me to admit that I'm infatuated. And everybody knows. 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 Everybody
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 3. My name is Kyle Walker and this is the last opportunity for our competitors from East Asia to get themselves to the playoffs all the way, then hoping to get to the FIFA E World Cup this weekend. There's going to be plenty of FIFA 21 action. I'm promising you goals, I'm promising you drama and entertainment, plus some laughs hopefully along the way. And the man that will be providing all of that laughs and the entertainment, Mike LaBelle, he is joining us as well, all the way in New York City. Mike, I know it's early, but when you've got a full weekend of FIFA 21 action ahead of you, how can you not be as excited as me? Come on.
Well, I'm definitely excited, especially since we're into the final stages of these qualifiers, which means they mean so much more in terms of getting yourself a position for playoffs. And I now have blackout windows. So as it gets light outside, we should not see that in the backdrop. And I don't think anybody else even notices, but I noticed, so we got blackout windows.
There we go. You see what we do, even though we're all remote, we're all recording from our apartments or our studios, whatever you've got. Well, you know, we put in the effort to make sure that everything, as you can see, I've not got blackout windows because it's finally sunny in Manchester. The one day a year of sun, I'm enjoying it through my window today, but there's plenty of action. It will be 2 days of competitive action, as I said, and that is all leading up to the FIFA E World Cup. Yes, our competitors from all over the world, well, they are going head to head, different weekends from Europe, North America, South America, Oceania, West Asia, and East Asia as well. And as I said, this is the third and final regional qualifier. Then next up, it will be playoffs, and all of them will be hoping to make their way to that FIFA E World Cup to top off the season as well. Mike, you say it's the business end of the season in a way. This is the last opportunity. This is literally it. For some of our competitors, this could be the last chance they get to progress through to playoffs.
I was going to say the last time that we see you, that we're going to be talking about you on broadcast. And if anything, even if you're having a very successful year, you want to build on that momentum. This is a great way to have a claim to say, like, I'm one of the best in this region, or to have that attached to your legacy where you have a victory. Because we always talk about champions pedigree, and I don't want to be a broken record. I'm not looking to reiterate time and time again, but at the same time, it's important. It matters. We see a lot of guys that win events, they repeat, or they're able to do it on multiple occasions. It's because that they have that self-assurance and that confidence that's necessary.
Now, if you are at home and you're wanting to get involved in some of the competitive action, well, you can do from the comfort of your living rooms or wherever your PlayStation 4 is set up. Yes, that's with the PS4 tournaments. These are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. Yes, the PS4 tournaments Open Series is a chance for you to compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Now, those of you who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off your skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you have to do is go to compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PSN ID. It's that easy. Mike LaBelle's going to show you how it's done.
Everything is smooth and is integrated into the console. We've actually played in multiple of these throughout the year and last year as well. Really enjoyable experience. It's a good way to kind of see where you stand in the competitive scene with all the insider information and the tips, the tricks, and then also just to get an idea when you're getting that repetition, where do you actually measure up? Are you in the middle of the table? Are you in the upper echelon? Are you making a run for it? At the end of the day, everything is about practice and then making improvements to where you're maybe falling a little bit behind. If you're having a little bit of a lag, you're struggling with maybe some wing play or something with the build-up, then you know. This is your reminder that you've got to go back to the drawing board.
Practice makes perfect, so make sure you get involved in the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. Get yourself 27 wins on Weekend League, and who knows, next year we might be talking about you at one of these events right here. But if you're at home and you are watching, well, we want you to get involved as well. We want to hear from you, so make sure you join the conversation on Twitter. Use the @EA FIFA Esports and that hashtag you can see right there, FGS21. So make make sure you do get involved. We want to hear from you, not just in the Twitch chat. We want to see what you are saying and what your thoughts are on these tournaments. Now, it's not just FIFA 21 action that we are bringing you. Oh, no. If you're interested in, let's say, American football, if you play Madden as well, well, we've got something super special for you that I can tell you all about right now. Yes, the Madden Bowl is back and better than ever with the Madden Bowl Draft Edition. 8 teams of 3 will run the game modes for a share of $150,000. The 8 captains will make their selections at the draft show on April 20th at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Then the competition begins April 25th and runs each night through April 28th. Then the action returns on the 2nd and 3rd for the semi-finals before the grand finale on the 4th of May. So make sure you tune in, like I said, 7 p.m. Eastern Time each night to catch all of the action on twitch.tv/EA Madden NFL and also on Madden Competitive Gaming on YouTube. Right, back to the FIFA 21 action though right here. Mike LaBelle, it's the 3rd and final regional qualifier here at East Asia. And all of these tournaments, we've had plenty of them throughout the different regions. They all follow a simple format. It is double elimination. Talk to me about that.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about how we're seeing a lot of goals scored. I was going to co-sign that in a heartbeat. But what's your big takeaway when you're looking at the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket with double elimination? If you're able to get to the grand final undefeated, then you put yourself in a much larger competitive advantage because whoever comes up against you from the loser's bracket is going to have to force a reset. So they're going to have to win 2 series consecutively if they want to become the overall grand champion versus if you are sitting there and you've got time, you got a game in hand, you're still undefeated. That's the reward or the benefit you get from being through or coming through the winner's bracket or the upper bracket.
Right, let's have a look at some of our competitors then. Yes, this is East Asia. It's the leaderboard overview right here, okay? This is how things currently stand in the FIFA Global Series rankings. This is what they've all been battling it out for throughout the entire season. And this right here are the 10 competitors at the top of the PS4 standings right there. Some of the names you might have seen are RQ Eggsy. He's been involved. Scarz J. Also, you've got Akmal, who was our winner from East Asia Regional Qualifier 2. And then you've got some of the names that I've mentioned there. Scarz J, he will be in action. Sacked will be in action as well. They're all hoping that they will qualify for playoffs and they will make their way through to compete even more. The FIFA 21 season does not end here. Mike, it's been a great season. You can see right there, it's so close from 1 to 10.
Yeah, and a big takeaway is a couple of household names that aren't necessarily at the very top when you're looking at Raja Pugu, or you're looking at Web Nasri, who's always kind of been the decorated mention, at least from this region, or even Blue Agu, who's also been a champion and plays a certain type of way where he's very flamboyant and he's outlandish and he's expressive with what he's giving you on the virtual pitch. And it's just a reminder of so much talent between these regions where some of the guys that you always expect to see at 1, 2, 3, 4 aren't there. They're not making that same case for themselves this year.
Right, let's get into it. Let's talk about the tournament this weekend then. We can have a look at some of our matchups right now. We've got our winners bracket. All of these competitors are on the winner's side of things. So essentially they have 2 lives. If they lose, they drop down into the loser's bracket. Lookman, HZQ taking on Bazinio. I love that name right there. And then that second matchup, SZ Phantom taking on Zeus Hugging. Mike LaBelle, what do you make of that name? Zeus Hugging. I feel like that's something you'd come up with. That would be your PSN ID.
He's definitely got the best name of the lot if we're just going off that. I'm giving out hugs. I've enjoyed watching Thor movies, so I'm on board with it. I'd like a little more of the background, but I feel like there's got to be some sort of storytelling or mix and match that involves maybe the movie's involved. Surely, I don't know. Maybe this is mythology. I'm not really sure, but if we get a moment to kind of get the backstory, I'd love to hear it.
Hopefully, we've got 2 days to find out the backstory behind his name, and hopefully we'll be able to chat to him a little bit later on. Let's get into the losers bracket side of things. This is the juicy part. If you lose, you're out. You turn the console off. That is the 3rd and final chance. So it's done for you. You've got Operation ESS taking on Scarz J7, and then it's Amran taking on Sacked. The winners of those will go through to round 2, where they'll face the losers from the winners bracket. And then it's round number 3. Then it's the losers bracket final. And then the finalists from that will go through to the grand final, where they'll be hoping to force a bracket reset, which, Mike, it's not easy to do that. Let's be honest. You come all the way through the losers bracket, and then you've got to beat the person who's won 2 games. They've gone through to the grand final on the winner's side of things. You've got to beat them and then beat them again. It's not easy, but we see it happen time and time again.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was just going to say, percentage-wise, it's not likely in many regards, but we've seen the losers bracket run and then the win in the grand final. I would even go as far as saying more often than the guy sitting in the grand final winning. And I don't know if it's just a build of momentum or confidence by the time you get there, or even when you force a reset, which I've talked about, but mentality-wise, if you're in the grand final, you lose that opener matchup or that opener series, now you start second-guessing. You're sitting there with yourself, you're overthinking, you're saying, am I going to throw away this opportunity to become a champion? And it shows. Because in theory, if you played it as there was no mentality involved, if there was a big break or something, surely if you're sitting in the grand final and you've got a game in hand or a matchup in hand, that is a massive, massive advantage. And it really hasn't been that. It just hasn't been the case.
Now, before we get into the talk of Championship Sunday, let's look at today's schedule. We've got 5 matchups for you, and we will be starting in our winners bracket semi-final. Number 1 at 10:10 Central European Summertime. Lookman, HZQ taking on Bazinio. Then we move on to our winners bracket semi-final. Number 2, SZ Phantom taking on Zeus Hugging. And then at 10:12 Central European Summertime, it's the winners bracket final. And then we drop down into that losers bracket. Round number 1 match is Operation ESS taking on SZ J7, and then it's Amran taking on SAP before we break everything down in our post show right there. Let's talk about our first matchup though. Winners bracket, it is semi-final number 1, and 2 people that are going head to head. Lookman, HZQ taking on Bazinio. Mike LaBelle, this should hopefully be a very exciting game to kick things off. We've seen so much entertainment throughout this entire season. It's not going to stop here.
And I'm not going to be tentative. It's going to be a good matchup. We're going to see a lot of goals. We're not going for clean sheets, high octane offense, plenty of mistakes defensively. You know the narrative that I'm pushing, and it's really been happening a lot this year. If you're looking at the competitive end, you look through a lot of these qualifiers, they're not low-scoring games, not a lot of possession play. Players are forced to go forward and score goals, and I personally prefer that from a viewership perspective versus those heavy controlling matchups, which we've seen through some of the past FIFA installments, just depending on the year and what kind of fits into the meta and that programming. But I definitely prefer to see the back and forth and leaving it late and letting it be great, where you really gravitate and grab that big moment.
Mike, some of our competitors that are here, they might not be in the running for playoffs, but they've qualified for this regional qualifier. What do you think their aims are? They might not be able to get all the way to the next step, but surely they can still showcase their talents and skills.
I would look at it as you need a send-off, a positive send-off. And it's great for you negotiating maybe your next year's contract or a partnership to start out FIFA 22. Is saying, look, this is how I ended last year, and maybe I started a little bit slow, but if I'm working with you guys on the back end from an esports perspective, I'll be more ready or more focused, or I'll have additional resources that allow me to be at the highest level. But I've shown you that I have that potential as an individual.
Right, it's not just me and Mike that will be taking you through this entire weekend. 2 people that are hoping to showcase their talents and skills, get themselves ready for FIFA 22 as well. Nate and Treaders, they're already in Australia, so they're technically in the future. Nate, FIFA 22, is it out yet in Australia? Is that how far you guys are ahead or what?
Sorry, mate, not just yet. It's crazy to think. I wonder if that's what the pandemic has done to people. It's certainly done it for me. Time has just missed a year. We don't really know where we're at. The FIFA 21 playoffs are almost upon us. Crazy time.
Oh, tell me about it. The Summer Cup Series happened last year. I blinked, and here we are at the final East Asia Regional Qualifier. Let's talk about this first winners semi-final right now. Lookman taking on Bazinio. Let's get straight into our predictions. Mike LaBelle, you're going to kick us off. Who have you got for this one?
I think that Lookman's going to be lucky. And can we just talk about how anti-park the bus or how for park the bus that Treaders is over here? Because, I mean, he's got a hat. He's either pro it or against it. I'm not really sure. I thought it would have said player lock personally. And yeah, I'm talking to him. Once I realized I could do this, I really like doing this. I hope that I'm looking the right way. If I'm not looking the right way, this is going to look ridiculous. I'll be talking to Kyle. But I'm aiming this side.
I mean, I'm looking at you guys as well, but in reality, it's just a wardrobe that I'm actually staring at right now. So, you know, it doesn't quite work. But on camera, it looks great. Nate, who have you got in your prediction?
I think Lookman will get lucky today in the first game of the day. One of the highest ranked competitors from his nation, looking to push towards playoffs. It's Lookman for mine.
And Treaders, who have you got?
Yeah, I'm going to make it 3 from 3 so far. I think we got Lookman, his pedigree, as he showed from the E-Club World Cup, pushing all the way up from Division 2 up into Division 1, and then eventually making his way to the final stage. That's a competitor who will never say die, and I think that's what will get him the result today.
Oh, all four of us going for Lookman in this one. Let's kick things off. It is the third and final East Asia Regional Qualifier. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mike. Always good to start off with a bit of energy, whether you're from the future or not. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Jay Treaders. Treaders, the final qualifier for this region. Time really has flown right on by, but so many competitors were aiming just to make this qualifier. For the 8 that remain, it is their last chance for a playoffs push.
Indeed, and the playoffs can be so crucial for determining the future of your esports career. We're seeing players essentially drop left, right, and center, retiring, moving on to other endeavors. It can be the difference between having a future in FIFA esports and dropping out altogether.
They'll be thinking about their futures, but for now, we look to the present. It is Lookman HZQ versus Bazinio, signed by GBX Esports and Team Flash, respectively. We have been privileged to see them starting up around Summer Cup Series time, but with these regional qualifiers, there truly is a spotlight shone directly into each region. Lookman from Malaysia, the 15th ranked competitor. From East Asia, Bazinio, who unfortunately not tipped by anyone. We've seen how that happened last week, mind you. As Mbappe, a lovely spin and slide, finishes with a plum. What a way to get East Asia Qualifier 3 underway. Treaders, what a skill.
That's the simple roulette to start things off. What a way to get your first goal. What a way to start proceedings. First game, first goal. Lookman showing that he deserves the backing of us. One thing I noticed when watching his film is his ability to create goal-scoring opportunities through his close control, but the ability of him to, and the vision to see that the roulette is on in that situation, not nearly used as often as I would personally like, but indeed when it is used at the right time, it is incredibly effective, getting Lookman the result he desired there.
Bazinio heading forward with Neymar tackled well. We don't even get a chance really to talk about that effort with the E-Club World Cup, as you said, up from Div 2 to Div 1. Interestingly, he scored a crucial goal in the latter stage of that tournament, if you will, or those matches, with a roulette pass. That time, it's just the simple roulette, no need to feed another player through. One-on-one versus the defender. You love to see it, particularly on the big stage, where nerves can sometimes play a part. No nerves there for that first goal. He comes forward again. Mbappe, Ronaldo. Bazinio just jockeying, doesn't want to switch player, he'll have to now. Mbappe almost gets past. He'll get the corner kick. Lookman swings it in directly and quickly away from Bruno. Mendy, Mbappe, almost nutmegging the defender, almost making his way through. Treader's Bazinio under the pump early.
Yeah, and I think it's just a credit to the way that Lookman has gone about his attack, but it's also intriguing to me to see how direct Bazinio is looking to play. Traditionally, FIFA Online competitors, which Bazinio was originally, they try to play a little bit more possession-oriented because that game is a little bit slower, as we see Lookman going direct, trying to fake shot his way back inside. The chip cross catching him offside, but traditionally we see that Bazinio and Flash competitors in particular, they play that heavy possession-oriented style, and Bazinio at the moment really departing from that, playing that 4-4-2, looking for one-on-one battles, trying to force his way up the middle of the pitch rather than waiting for his opponent to make the mistakes in defense.
Lookman Jones with the through ball, but it doesn't find the attacker. Walker in the way. A lot of these foot items or players you will recognize if you're watching along, even if you've just seen a little bit of FIFA esports. As Bazinio looks for the 1-2 with Neymar, he'll beat the keeper, tries to ball roll, gets it back, and a second time. Danger averted for now. Jones across to Bruno. Bazinio responding well. Ronaldo tries to go past the defender. Reece James, another one of those foot items used by just so many competitors.
That combination of pace, agility, and strength, combined with the traditional defending stats, makes him so popular. And it allows you to make those aggressive interceptions and recover so quickly. It's why we see so many competitors opting to utilize fullbacks instead of center backs. In the center of the park, it's really the first edition of FIFA that we've seen that come to the fore. Normally, there is, by this stage, some really high-ranked defenders that stand out. Virgil van Dijk comes to mind. But at the moment, in the current iteration of FIFA 21, as that through ball doesn't find the target, it's just that they're too slow. If you make a mistake with them, well, you're essentially gifting a goal to your opponent. And so it leads to this current state of competitors looking to utilize those fullbacks in the center, in the heart of their defense.
Pace is the name of the game, particularly at the back. Mbappe. Once again, it's James in the way. Bazinio, after that early spillage, is coming back strong. Theo to Kulusevski, to Jones, needs to play it quickly and does. Half time quickly approaching. We said the last year's gone by quickly, so has this half. Lookman just with the one. It maybe could have been two, as I said. Bazinio applying himself a little better, takes a deep breath, and we'll point this one out early, shall we, Treaders? A lot of comments always coming in saying, why do these competitors get so exhausted playing this tournament? I played 30 games of Weekend League this weekend, but these qualifiers take things to another level.
It's just additional pressure, additional expectations. You put pressure on yourself. You have pressure applied to you by the fans and audience that supports you, and you throw that all into the mix, even though all you're doing is similar to what you do in Weekend League. There's just that additional level of pressure, and as any elite athlete knows, the more pressure applied, the more mental fatigue. Well, mental fatigue is totally real, as sports psychologists have fully embraced in the current state of esports as well as elite sports. So it takes a toll equivalent, if not stronger, to what physical fatigue can have. And in fact, when you're competing at such an intensity, particularly going from stop to start, it can be that you lose focus, you switch out of the zone, and that can be all it takes to be the difference between you getting a big full-time esports contract or you having to continue to play the esport part-time.
Bazinio just marshalling those two central midfield players, trying to force Lookman out to angles, areas like that, and indeed forcing him out of play there. And immediately turned over. Little things like goal kick routines can make a big difference at this level. Lookman has a look inside. Good defending again. Bazinio. His problem has been that outlet pass. He's trying to get it forward quickly to his two strikers who are very isolated. And the attack breaks down before it even really starts. Mbappe, that is a very ambitious strike from Lookman. But again, number 15 in East Asia, one of the best in Malaysia. And he is showing he has the nerve not just to make it to this level, but indeed he is undefeated at this stage. Winner's bracket means competitors yet to lose. You need to lose 2 encounters to be eliminated from a qualifier. So if you're a fan of either of these two gentlemen, never fear, they'll be back again. If you saw my tweet through the rather rudely named loser bracket, I don't like saying it. You get this far, you get called a loser for half the tournament. Kulusevski for Bazinio, looks ahead. Ronaldo, this is better, trying to force the combination play. Left foot strike from an acute angle. That is lovely. Bazinio does not want to celebrate. He's looking for more.
And the build-up from Bazinio, going back to his roots, the hardcore possession play, generating that opportunity. Just waited for Lookman to commit with defenders, to commit bodies to the press, and the moment half a yard of space was generated for Bazinio, Bazinio was able to thread that through ball all the way through, and a left-footed strike from Team of the Year, Cr7. So many competitors' favorite foot items, and I'm sure if I had that item in my team, he would be my favorite foot item as well.
Here he is again. Can't get past Varane, who again you won't see very often at this stage of competition. It feels like there are better foot items there for your defense, even if it's fullbacks, as was alluded to before. Move them across, play them off, Ken. I don't care, as long as they've got the pace and balance. Lookman had a player waiting in the middle. Across, not getting far. Lovely first time passing. It comes to Ronaldo, and then the tackle from Neymar to win it back. You cannot take your time back there, Bazinio, because Lookman will pounce.
Lookman with the aggressive press has been doing it since the very first minute. A little bit of a wry smile there as he realizes it has paid off this time around, and all of Bazinio's hard work to get him that goal back means he has to go back to the drawing board, reconsider things yet again. But there's still a little bit of time remaining, or a lot of time remaining overall, because we've got a second leg to come. It's still the 15-minute in this first leg with Lookman's foot items on lower stamina. Means that if Bazinio is able to make those correct substitutions, bring on some high-pace attackers, we'll be able to exploit the space left in behind by those more tired defenders.
As some have pointed out, that CR7 with a 4-star weak foot. Some are saying it could have been fortuitous. If you don't shoot, you won't score. Neymar, CR7 tackled well, but it's back again. Neymar, pass a defender, Bazinio. Continuing on, again no celebration. This time it's Neymar, and we're locked up at 2 goals apiece.
And just using the directional nutmeg to create that little extra yard of space for his Neymar to run into after winning that ball back so high up. And it's a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy, but if it works, it works. And it's working at the moment for both competitors at the attacking end as the defense gets more and more tighter and the aggressive substitutions are made.
Lookman has gone ahead twice, only to be pegged back twice. Bazinio, number 37 in East Asia, but with big game experience. Of course, all encounters over this weekend. Our final one from East Asia are 2 legs. When we hit the grand final, you heard Kyle and Mike talking about what a reset is. We'll get to that again if it was a little different or strange. Only brilliance and excitement here in leg 1 of our first game in the winner bracket. Treaders, it felt like, particularly with that start, the roulette goal that Lookman was here to show him just being a little bit of a class above. He got all 4 panelists tipping his way, but not to be. Bazinio coming back not once, but twice.
And if Bazinio leans heavily into that possession play that he loves, I think we'll see this contest go all the way down to the wire. It was just when Bazinio was looking to play hard and aggressive on the counter-attack that he ran into some trouble. That beautiful roulette goal to start things off. Not too much celebration, just a lovely goal. But so much work still to be done. And every time we thought Lookman was going to push ahead, Bazinio had an answer and had a reply.
There's the strike again. It has upset a few of you watching along. Maybe if you get your hands on Team of the Year CR7, you can try it for yourself. There was the press Treaders spoke about. Bazinio frustrated at himself that he had one more to come, Treaders.
Yeah, and it's all coming from that brilliant possession play to create the space, the runs being made off Neymar in that situation, dragging those central defensive players out of their position and just allowing him that little yard of space to directionally nutmeg, and that speed boost that you generate from that. It's drawn the ire of some competitive players, but if it's there, you have to use it, and otherwise your opponent's just going to use it against you. And so in that instance, the execution spot on. There's still a little bit of difficulty in actually executing that, because if you hit it in the wrong direction, the direction your foot item isn't facing, you can find that it takes one of those weird heavy touches to either the side, or it looks like he's just trying to kick the ball away. But in that instance, the execution on point, the speed boost generated, and Neymar with a finish.
It feels like, maybe as we spoke about before, it is the style of 2 different competitors, again, perhaps raised on different generations, different iterations of the FIFA franchise. For our newer viewers that maybe aren't following exactly, picking up what you're putting down, Treaders, talk to us the difference here, particularly with Bazinio and that possession-based play.
So Bazinio and most of the guys over at Flash have come from a FIFA Online 4 background, which is traditionally a free-to-play PC game, which is, as I said, traditionally based around heavily possession, a little bit more clunky than what we're used to seeing in our console-based FIFAs. As we're getting underway here in the second leg, 2-2. I'll come back to that point in a moment.
Bazinio not worried for a moment about the iteration of FIFA, not worried even to celebrate his goals. When he scored on both occasions, it was immediately back to it. I have a feeling we're going to have a bit of fun in a moment. Lookman, here's that build-up again. The ball inside. And then the cutback to Neymar, who finishes easily. First time. And it's got him the lead on aggregate. Goodness me, it was Mbappe on 7 minutes in the first leg. Lookman scored even more quickly here in leg 2.
And it seems like Bazinio and that FIFA Online 4 overall playstyle is to trap your opponent on one side and then very quickly head down the other flank. But at times when your opponent is reading those passes, it can totally break down and not pay off. And the turnovers can start to hurt you. So I think that Lookman will be the more aggressive player if he desires it. If he pushes up, hits the press hard without overcommitting, it can end up being, as we continually talk about, a game of chess between the two play styles, the pressing play style of Lookman and the possession play style of Bazinio.
Which is good news, of course, to any young budding FIFA esports pros or want-to-be pros out there. You can play it your way, but you need to play it perfectly. That ball to Mbappe could not have been any better, but the shot straight at Schmeichel. Lookman looking for a 2-goal lead for the first time at any stage over these two legs. Very narrow is probably the most noticeable thing about most of his attacks. This is as wide as it gets. Neymar to Ronaldo. Happy to send it back. Renato Sanchez. Ronaldo again, looking down the byline. It's patient. Neymar still has it. Not anymore. Bazinio switching players quickly, manually tackling very well indeed.
That Reece James, if you watch that man as that ball's turned over by Bazinio, switching off for half a moment, and that's 2 giveaways, resulting in 2 goals for Lookman. You cannot afford to be doing that at this level, but the volley from Mbappe for Lookman puts him 2 goals to the better. We're at 4-2 on aggregate as we take another look at that volley.
Despite other foot items maybe having a higher overall, maybe just being a little more famous when it comes to football historically, Team of the Year Mbappe is going to get you goals. He does things other foot items simply do not. Don't worry about the pace and skill on the ball, the accurate volleying. Some competitors imploring that he even executes skill moves a little bit more quickly. Whatever it is about the feel of that foot item, it is working for Lookman. Waiting for support. He finds Neymar on the overlap, trying to cut back inside, unable to do so. And Bazinio, you feel, is just surviving out there at the moment.
When you know your opponents are a very heavy possession player, you can get used to the passes that they're looking to make, because a lot of the time they aren't really posing any threat, so you can take a gamble or two to put the pressure on their defenders or their wider players, because you know that they aren't immediately looking to go forward. As we see Bazinio dancing around the box, recycling to the edge now. That defensive line is so compact for Lookman. But out wide, the only purpose in FIFA 21 seems to be to recycle that ball and create opportunities on the other side or in the middle. Bazinio unable to capitalize on the space created in behind. And headers not as strong as they have been previously, but still a major feature if you want to move that ball quickly.
Lookman looking near side. This is Mendy. The Mendy-Varane combo that tormented attackers for so long, being broken up in most regions. Here in East Asia, you will see it. Still on the odd occasion. Lookman near post. Wonderful save. Bazinio is sweating. We approach half-time. You get the feeling he might not mind keeping it at just the 2 down. Getting that clear from the corner. Mbappe to Neymar. It might be a bit of a foot race because Mbappe is in space. He waits for support instead. Tries the through pass. It works out because Lookman, similarly, is feeling the pressure. Kulusevski to Bruno. Lovely use of the width. The pass from Bruno, a shocker.
Just the classic case of trying to hit a 180-degree pass. So rarely do those passes come off. You have to wait for your player to turn before hitting that pass. On most occasions, sometimes you'll see the odd pass come off, particularly with certain foot items, but not on that occasion for Bazinio, who's defending with quite a bit of space between the lines, not very compact, which is allowing Lookman, once he gets into the box, to do moves like that. The reverse elastico to glory from Lookman as he extends his advantage to 3 goals.
Does Mbappe execute those skills a little quicker or a little better than other foot items? I'll let you watching along decide. Nice shout out, by the way, to the king of the jungle in West Asia, Dasari. But this second leg has been all Lookman. Treaders, how important have those skill moves been? He started with the roulette, now the reversed elastico. He is coming out with the goods when it counts.
And those skill moves just present such a threat when you're looking to predict the direction that he's going to go, because they give you that little bit of advantage. Everything in FIFA 21 is about finding a way to find an advantage in those one-on-one situations, whether that be through your passing, through your player movement, through player lock, whatever it may be. You need to be looking to create either a numerical advantage or simply an advantage in space for your player to run into. And so those skill moves provide a direct way for Lookman to create that advantage for himself. And the roulette, the reverse elastico, 2 of the crucial ones that have worked for him so far.
Not settling for his lead, searching for more, not finding them at current. We don't need to worry about that back pass. We'll continue on forward. Cancelo on the overlap. He'll get those fullbacks nice and high. Bazinio, quite simply, he has to at 5 goals to 2 down. Heel to heel, pass inside, first time strike into the side netting. We don't need to see that one back as much as we'd like to. Is this game on?
And Bazinio, the type of competitor who I think really benefits from getting those foot items so high up. Definitely game on, only 2 goals of difference, nearly a full half of FIFA esports to play. So the secret for Bazinio will be continuing to push high with those fullbacks, and we've seen the impact that has had for Lookman in particular in his attack. When those fullbacks get forward, it just presents you with so many more quality passing opportunities and presents clear numerical advantages, particularly when you're playing with quite a distance from your competitor. You need to be utilizing those numerical advantages if you can create them. So Bazinio opting a little bit later than he would have liked to push forward with those fullbacks. It does leave him exposed on the counter-attack, but that's what he has to risk if he's to come back in this contest.
With less than a third of this second leg remaining, it's time to start risking it for Bazinio. Team Flash watching on a little nervously, I'm sure. Again, he would still be in this competition. Heading down to the loser bracket, Bazinio. But for Lookman, a place in the winner bracket final. So close. From there, it could be a grand final appearance, but Bazinio isn't done yet. Heel to heel, manual challenge. Is it inside the area? It's the big question. I feel like it is. It started inside. Will it be decided inside? Bruno Fernandes over the outstretched leg of Courtois. Game on indeed. A 3-goal lead to Lookman is down to just 1. With 20 or so in-game minutes still remaining.
And that heel to heel just made Lookman panic, pressed the manual challenge button that didn't really need to be made. His shape was quite good until he tried to manually tackle in that situation, and that's all it takes. Particularly when you're at the edge of the area, the last thing you really want to do is either take control of your center backs rather than your defensive mids, let alone put in a manual challenge at an earlier phase of possession or play, as we see Lookman creating space for himself with a lovely lobbed pass, restoring his 2-goal advantage with who else but Kylian Mbappe.
A lovely goal from Lookman, and an important one rather at that. Mbappe, it is again. That foot item has scored his last 3. We always talk about it, Treaders, so we'll go again. The fullbacks in any system in FIFA 21 get up and down that pitch. Bazinio has finally realised it could be a key for him. But that's why you see that defensive substitution. He needs stamina heading back, trying to protect this lead.
And I find it so intriguing that it's taking some competitors so long to realise the advantages that utilising those fullbacks can create. I imagine that if they were labelled central midfielders or even just regular midfielders, they wouldn't hesitate in telling them to come back on defence. So why not utilize those fullbacks just that little bit more, just like in traditional football? And so many learnings can be taken from traditional football and applied in FIFA, albeit your direction nutmegs and skill moves like that. The traditional elastico, not one that you would see on the normal football pitch, but you see it to create space in FIFA 21 so frequently.
A bit of keep ball now for Lookman. Precious seconds in his favour. Not to mention, gets it forward well. That was surely meant to be a through ball either way. It does not go through. Bazinio turning it over. Time for some fast, frenetic, hectic FIFA 21. Out ball to Traore. Lovely first touch. Bazinio will keep on pressing, even if that means leaving space in behind. There's not much left to lose. CR7 on the turn. Look at Mendy all the way forward. Neymar is brutally taken out, assaulted, ruined. That's a penalty here. Twice on Sundays. The sealer potentially for Lookman. CR7 does not miss. Bazinio simply had to risk it. But Lookman, with some composure, some lovely through balls, gets his advantage back and seals his spot in the winner bracket final.
And the biggest difference just has been the quality on the ball. You see every time Lookman receives that ball with one of his foot items, he's looking to either pass that forward, do a ball roll to create passing opportunities, and it's just something that's been lacking overall from Lookman, particularly when you're matching it in play styles. As we see a foul given away in an interesting area. Surely we see Bazinio in this instance opt to go direct, considering the circumstances.
We always hope for it. It never seems to happen. Bazinio playing to the meta, if you like, until the end. It does not work out, and Lookman has celebrated. Lookman with the player lock. It is probably not going to come off. He's waited too long. It matters not. The higher-ranked competitor plays the better FIFA here to start off in the winner bracket semi-final number 1. But Treaders, it was not without its moments of alarm.
Yeah, Lookman showed a little bit of signs of rust, a little bit of, I guess, competitor rustiness, a little bit not quite warmed up is, I think, the word I'm looking for early on. And so that's something that probably won't be there in the games coming up. But if he does make it all the way into that winner bracket final, it will be something to keep an eye out for.
Delightful to watch the roulette to start. It only got better from there. Reverse elastico, even the basic ball rolls and heels to heels. He makes look so good. Bazinio will be back, but advancing through to that winner bracket final, it was all about Lookman in that game. We'll head it back to the successful predictors now. It's Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Cheddars, thank you so much for that. You were successful as well with your prediction. All four of us going for Lookman right there. Mike LaBelle, what a game it was to kick things off. I mean, in the opening few minutes, we knew what a type of match we were going to get when we saw that first goal.
And as a man who maybe uses too many roulettes, it made me very happy to see that utilized in kind of a introduction to the matchup, saying, here you go. Let me put you through a spin cycle. I really appreciate it. I think it's one of the more underrated skills, and that's something that we're going to see at the competitive end. With a lot of the competitors, you're always trying to figure out new ways to almost innovate and create and express and orchestrate ways of getting into the final third and taking on your opposition. It's a beautiful roulette.
It was indeed, and from there, it was back and forth in this first leg. Quite a tightly tested affair, let's say, Mike.
For sure. There was definitely that battle back. There were responses. It wasn't clear-sided or clear-cut one way or the other. However, I definitely think most of us felt as if Lookman had a bit of a competitive advantage. As you see, some misfortune there, not able to get out of the back. Anytime that happens, you're going to concede goals. It's inevitable. And I'm not sure where everybody falls in terms of their viewpoint with mistakes. But if you make a big mistake out of the back, I always feel as if you should be challenged. Or excuse me, you should be punished. If I get a good takeaway, if I'm running a lot of pressure, I need to get that reward. I need those cookies with the milk. No Christmas time, no pun intended. But here's another one of those mistakes. This really was the separator in the game.
Oh.
As you see, almost a FIFA 19 throwback with the little double tap, hits the volley. You don't see that very frequently or that often in FIFA 21, though we have seen quite a few different patches, and this is a goal that we do see a little more often. But look at at least the setup with the directional bridge, but the splitting, elastico, the double drag back, just so many different elements that makes it very simple yet complex. As you see Bazinio continuing the comeback trails, but too little, too late. Find the inside pass, another quick turn, 6-4. I think for most of us, we were wrapping this match up here. Of course, there's another helper, another goal added in the back end, but it's a penalty kick. Lookman, without a doubt, you can see from the shots and the opportunities created, pretty clear that he should be the winner. It's just a matter of often converting those opportunities. Bazinio, very efficient, 4 for 4.
Now, I guess we can praise both of our competitors right there. Bazinio for trying to claw his way back into that matchup in that second leg, but also Lookman. I mean, in those final few moments, he'd conceded a few goals, Mike, but he actually managed to hang on, and I guess you could say that's great game management.
I mean, he did enough. He definitely kept creating chances. There was a certain level of consistency with the chances being created. I would agree with Treaders and Nate that if he wants to find himself in the grand final, probably needs to be a little bit smoother. It wasn't the prettiest game plan. And at the same time, if you look at Bazinio, he had multiple mistakes getting the ball out of the back. And you're just not going to have that if you want to be a champion or if you want to win an event. You're going to have to clean that up a little bit. But overall, good opener. Very happy about a 7-4, 11 goals. That makes me happy. I have no complaints. We had skill moves. We had imperfections. We had the razzle. We had the dazzle. We had the Christmas cake, which I don't even know what that means. But we had the chocolate cake, the vanilla cake, the cupcake. It was there.
There was plenty that was there indeed. And that was our first matchup here in the third and final qualifier in East Asia. Let's have a look at our winners bracket right now. As you can see, Lookman does progress through to that winners bracket final. Who will he face? Well, we'll find out in our next matchup. Yes, SZ Phantom taking on Zeus Hugging right there. But as we said before, the winners bracket is double elimination, which means none of our competitors have lost yet. So if they lose this first matchup, Mike, they drop down into our losers bracket. We will be getting into the action a little bit later on. So for Bazinio, what does he need to now work on, Mike?
He's got to cut out the mistakes. It's pretty straightforward. If you're passing the ball out of the back, you cannot gift wrap and just provide for your opposition. It's too easy. You work so hard in your buildup, you work so hard for opportunities, and you're making big errors in the back where you're giving this easy transition to your opponent. And if you want to go far, if you want to make a run, if you want to recover, because now he has to go through the loser's bracket, got to cut that out.
Right, we will be back very, very shortly. We're continuing in the winners bracket side of things. Yes, our next matchup, we've got S Phantom taking on Zeus Hugging right here. Make sure you do stick around. It is East Asia. It's the third and final regional qualifier. You do not want to miss any of this action. And that matchup is coming up next. We'll be back after this short break.
Are you excited? You should be. It's the third FIFA Global Series qualifier in East Asia. One of the most spectacular regions for competitive FIFA is preparing a great show for the fans. So circle the date, April 17th and 18th on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. What's at stake? $15,000, legendary status, and the last chance at securing a spot in the FIFA Global Series playoffs. Who's the ultimate baller? Watch the tournament and take notes. Next time, your name could be on the list. FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 3 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series' East Asia's regional qualifier number 3. And that question that was posed in that video, who's the ultimate baller? Well, we are trying to find that out right here. Of course, I've got Mike LaBelle with me all weekend. Mike, who's the ultimate baller? Well, from that first game, we saw 2 great performances, but we've got 2 more even exciting ones coming up right now. Yes, we've got SZ Phantom taking on Zeus Hugging. Who's got the ultimate name? Well, Zeus Hugging, surely it's him.
I mean, he's got quite the name. I was going to say, I'm just hoping to get Kyle Ballin in the bucket hat. If we can put that back into motion. I see it behind you. I've got a glimpse. We're in a seasonal shift. You said it's sunny in Manchester. We might have a chance.
Possibly that might come out a little bit later on, especially if the sun keeps on shining. But if the sun keeps on shining, the goals keep on coming, well, you will have an entertaining weekend right here. Let's get into it, talking a bit about our players right now. Mike, I always talk about this. It's a great opportunity to showcase some talent that we might not have seen before. Zeus Hugging, and also we've got SZ Phantom right now. We have seen glimpses of them at tournaments before, but it's great to actually see them here in the final qualifier.
And I would go on record and say Phantom's the favorite in this matchup, just based on what we've seen previously, in my opinion. But FIFA's a funny game, and in many regards, it'll always keep you very humble. It's very momentum-based in terms of your building in confidence or lack thereof. I always feel as though if I'm a half second off in terms of not being decisive, whether it's offensively or defensively, it causes a major turn of the tide, either positively or negatively, based on how I'm reading the game. But it's very small details.
It is indeed. And who can come out on top? Who can progress through to that winner's bracket final, where one man that will be looking forward to seeing who he's coming up against? It is Lookman. Now, these two, we've seen already with these two going head to head that actually, well, any mistakes, they can be capitalized on. Mike, how difficult is that actually when you are in such a high pressure situation? You're in this tournament right here. You don't want to give up any chances, but sometimes your hands get a little bit sweaty. The controller gets a little bit loose, and we always see mistakes.
Well, it's easier said than done, and especially when you're feeling the pressure, those percentages go up. And it's kind of a catch-22 where you have this mixed grab bag, because if you play out of the back, everything is smooth, it's free-flowing, we insert compliments, well done, look at the composure. But in order to also go for playing out of the back, sometimes there might be a mistake. The percentages are on the up and up of potentially getting caught in a press or in a double team, or maybe some anticipation gone wrong. And then you have that giveaway and we say, oh, you shouldn't have done that. It's easy from our end because hindsight is perfect. We got 20/20 vision. We know what's happening. However, when you're in that moment and you think you could do it or you think you could pull it off, you reap the benefits and the rewards when it works. And then at the same time, we give you the critical end, or the skepticism or the concern when it doesn't necessarily
we get to break it down. We get to break it down, Mike. That's our job. We analyze all the gameplay. Let's bring in Nate and Treaders. Let's get straight into our predictions right here. Treaders, I'm going to start with you on this one. Great mustache, by the way. I've not realized that until now. Right, predictions. Let's get quick ones. Let's roll through them. Who have you got, Treaders?
I got Phantom for this one. He's the high-ranked player. I think his overall playstyle is more suited to FIFA 21 compared to Hugging.
Right, and Nate, who have you got?
Has to be Phantom. He is one of the best competitors to watch in all of East Asia.
And Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
I said Phantom's the favorite, but we're mixing this up. Zeus Hugging, we want to remix. I'm tired of everybody agreeing today, so we're going to change the theme. We're going to change the tone.
I'm going with Nate and Treaders. Sorry, Mike, I can't do it. SZ Phantom's going to get the W. Let's see what happens. Nate, Treaders, I'll throw it over to you for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are incredibly excited, ready to get underway to find out who will meet Lookman in the winner bracket final. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Jay Treaders. Treaders, a big game for these competitors, but SZ Phantom, judging on what he was talking about before today, even after he qualified, he's just happy to finally make it through to the final 8 of an event this year.
Yeah, it's been a while coming. He's a quality competitor, and I think we'll see that on the biggest stage today. I think of all the competitors that we'll see so far, considering the names that we have in the winners bracket, I think this is probably one of the lowest average ranked winners bracket that we've seen so far at any of the events that you and I have at least commentated. So I think Phantom has to be the favorite to go through to the overall grand final when you compare him to the likes of everyone else, Lookman and obviously Lookman and his opponent right now. So I think that we'll see Phantom, his overall defensive playstyle, very much suited to FIFA 21. He loves a low block. He loves hitting on the counter, hitting directly through the middle, playing at a little bit of speed in his build-up, which makes it incredibly entertaining to watch.
We can't wait. We've been looking forward to this one all week. If you are too, don't worry. We're about to get stuck in. Phantom is back in a big broadcast, in a qualifier. If you're one of his fans, you're one of those who are commenting on social media saying, finally, well, soak it in, enjoy the moment, and see if your star can make it through to the winner bracket final. This is, of course, winner bracket semi-final number 2. It is the 18th ranked Phantom versus Hugging, whatever you like, Zeus, being, of course, the name of his esports org, Zeus Gaming. He sits at 45th in East Asia, one of Indonesia's finest. This is a big moment for him too, of course. Playoffs looming. And not just that, but seeding as well. This is Atal to Cancelo to Cruyff. Phantom dancing early. Renato Sanchez, the player lock. Cantona trying to blitz past. It's off him eventually. And there we go. Maybe that's a good little segue, Treaders. One of the reasons I'm so excited, you should be so excited to watch SZ Phantom. He simply does things a little bit differently, and the use of Cantona, one of those, a foot item we saw early on in the competitive season, but not for a long while since.
He's such a big target to aim at. A lot of competitors don't like to use him at this stage just because of that body type. He just is that little bit more clunky, at least mentally. You see such a tall piece of timber on the pitch and you're like, oh geez, he's not going to be able to dribble. But if you're able to make him work, able to make him weave his magic, well, he's one of the best foot items at your disposal. The 5-star skills, the highlight for myself, particularly at that height. You can get a couple of fortunate bounces that you might not previously get, particularly with how long his legs are in combination of those skill moves. And it will be incredibly intriguing to see how Phantom utilizes him either as a target man or as a man making runs in behind.
It does feel that FIFA 21 has offered a bit more variation than perhaps past FIFAs. And certainly when you watch as much as we do, or if you're just a fan of the esport, you're playing the game yourself, it's great to have different formations and foot items that you can get the most out of if you're happy to study, happy to practice. We'll see how Cantona goes. At the moment, SZ, of course, SZ short for Scarz, not the only representative that we will see, of course, is defending right now. Phantom keeping the two strikers up. It's Cantona and Cruyff. You wait for that run to be made and then embrace the player lock not once but twice. 1-2 again with Cantona. Cruyff gets it back. There's an overlap here. Atal. Phantom looks ahead. Cantona is stood off a great deal by Hugging and eventually then brings him down rather softly. Look at Phantom clutch his heart, wipe the brow. Takes a deep breath before his penalty. You might see a footballer do it. You see it here in FIFA esports. Neymar with the patented run and the save with the legs from Alisson. I'm not sure if Phantom has thought that far ahead when we're talking penalty takers, but Treaders, I'd be avoiding Neymar at all costs. That run-up does me in every time.
It just seems to take so long, and it just gets into your own head rather than your opponent, particularly because goalkeepers can dive so late in FIFA 21, particularly on the penalties. And so your opponent is dancing all over the shop. You're thinking, oh, are they going right? Are they going left? And then you might try and make an adjustment, and oh, it's just an absolute mess to both spectate as well as execute on as a competitor. And so an opportunity that is incredibly tough to come by goes begging for Phantom, but at the moment the weight of possession, the weight of positioning is with him, as that shot blocked from Cruyff does indeed send the goalkeeper flying. The threat is there from Phantom at the moment, and Hugging is holding on for dear life, not able to get too much effective possession, let alone get into the box of Phantom. And so Phantom, once he gets that possession, it's only a matter of time before he finds the feet of Cruyff or Cantona.
It certainly feels that way for now. Excellent defending by the competitor from Indonesia, Atal. He's trying to utilize width here, Phantom. Cancelo, look at that. Inventive ball, Atal cannot keep it in play. Last off him for a goal kick. That's not even a cross, Treaders. That's just a lovely chipped up ball. You tap square with the perfect amount of weight. And he almost had Atal taking a deadly shot on goal.
The touch from Atal, just letting him down in that situation. The vision is there, and it would have been one of those situations had it happened in real life. Atal is giving the thumbs up to the crosser because the vision, the idea is right. It's just coming down to execution, and maybe next time in that situation that is resulting in a goal. That's all coming from either the overlap or the individual skills that Phantom has at his disposal. It's only a recent development of his gameplay. I remember back in FIFA 20 Summer Cup series, we saw him a little bit of a lack of creativity when he got into those wider positions. So it's really impressive to see him when he heads out wide, having so much creative build-up at his disposal.
A nice nod to some countrymen. With the TIFO, how great is it seeing FIFA esports competitors represented in the game itself? But credit to Hugging, despite having to play defense for the vast majority of the first half of that first leg, he's done it well enough. And Phantom is breathing the big ones right now. I love seeing that footage of him after that penalty, Treaders. And again, even now, hand over heart, he is finally through to a qualifier in FIFA 21, and he wants to make the most of his opportunity here in the winner bracket.
He's an absolute veteran of the Japanese FIFA scene, and that's why it just means more to a competitor after being out for so long to find their way into this next broadcast phase of the brackets, because they know how it feels. And obviously, as a competitor, he would have loved to have had it at land, but just the opportunity to represent both his organization, his personal brand, as well as his overall Japanese team in Kashima Antlers. It's just so many opportunities that are coming from him getting to this stage, and indeed it represents for him proof that he still has what it takes to compete at this level, and will be looking to establish that further proof that he has what it takes in this game by at least winning against Zeus Hugging, and he's going a long way to do that without scoring any goals so far.
Naturally, 2 legs to get the result, but it's Hugging through with Mbappe, looking inside, really good jockeying to make the cutout. Reece James marshalled superbly by Phantom to keep things at 0-0, otherwise a tap-in goal surely looming. Carlos Alberto, lovely leave! The ball flies across the goal. Phantom again. Looks like he's seen a ghost, but he can take a deep breath and go again. Send the lads up from the goal kick. I love the cancel as well there from Hugging Treaders. Instead of it going directly to the man, it goes through the legs to that left-hand side, but the shot way too wild.
And I think a little bit of composure from Hugging could have gone a long way. Again, hindsight is everything. But in that situation, when you're through on goal, a fake shot or a ball roll to open up a better shooting angle, or to buy yourself a little bit of time to take a touch, particularly when it's a defender in Tavernier taking the shot on, it can prove the difference between establishing dominance in the contest and still fighting to hang on and having to scrap so much harder because of the risk of conceding.
"11 goals across the two legs of the winner bracket semi-final number 1. None yet here in semi-final 2. Not that there haven't been opportunities, but it has been really good deep defending from both competitors, Cantona and Cruyff again. Phantom looking for the 1-2 with those foot items. Cantona still going. And maybe with Hugging just jockeying for so long, sitting very deep, taking him on one-on-one, trying a few further skill moves, might prove more beneficial than your more traditional passing play.
And I think, yeah, just that little bit of additional aggression from Phantom when he has that ball with Cantona can prove to be the difference. Either peeing a long shot to just keep the idea of that attack in, or the threat of that attack in Hugging's mind, rather than allowing Hugging just to simply set off and mark the passing lanes. Again, it's just that unfortunate weakness of Cantona is he's just that little bit clunkier than your overall elite attackers, your CR7s, but he still does have that 5-star skills, which can more than make up for that clunkiness. And indeed, why not attempt a cross as well at times to keep that threat of the attack alive, even when you're in those wider positions. It can create space for you in other situations. So it's all about trying to find a way to get into your opponent's head, to free up yourself so that you can eventually get to your preferred method of attacking and being as unpredictable as possible.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Cheddars. There you go. We get our chance right when I'm wondering, is that Moments Cantona or is it another variant? It certainly is the 94 overall, who I'm quite sure has 88 for agility and balance. That still sounds excellent on paper, but then you implement that, you put that into a game against other foot items, maybe even like Cruyff, CR7, and Mbappe. And despite that being a wonderful foot item to have, generally speaking, at this level, you want the very best of the best.
And it just takes up a spot on in your squad building restrictions, because you're only allowed 2 icon or team of the year foot items. So when you compare Cantona and Cruyff, for that matter, to your Mbappes, to your CR7s, to Lua to an extent, I probably would put Lua on the same tier as Cantona and Cruyff. But when you compare the options that you have at your disposal, and even Bruno to an extent, it just doesn't really have that intended payoff that having a prime icon moments foot item really could have if it was in combination with those other foot items, as Kante makes a run, and then in disbelief we saw Phantom looked to play a lock away from Kante, but Kante threw on goal in that situation. Probably the end result that we would have seen either way with the turnover in possession, but still, we can only imagine, we can only wonder what would have happened if that play lock hadn't occurred.
The brief glance we got, I think it was mid-Cruyff, who, yes, just the 80 balance, so fair play. I'm sitting on the competitor, Nate PTK, watching on, wishing I had any of these 4 items, but again, at this level, it is a different discussion altogether. Still 0-0, with everyone back for Phantom. Hugen might be a little frustrated not to have his goal, but considering the rankings and the predictions, 0-0 after leg 1 might not be the worst scenario. Still a few minutes for that to change. Atal versus Renato, who does well. But Phantom looking to create one last attack. Before leg 1 is done, he's got 1 minute of stoppage time in which to do it. Fernandez forward. Cantona, is this the moment? Yes, it is! Onto that right foot. Phantom with the big fist pump. It took him to the very last kick of leg 1. But he finds his goal. It's that man Cantona. I'm not sure if it would have made one Kyle Walker particularly happy, but Treaders and I are loving it right now. If you are just joining us, we'll be back for leg 2 after a very brief chat. It has to be one of the more enjoyable 0-0s of recent memory at this level, Treaders.
Very back and forth, even though we did see Phantom looking like he was the more likely of the 2 competitors to create opportunities to score. I think the overall play styles are fairly well matched. And as we see in FIFA 21, from a spectator's point of view, it's incredibly enjoyable to watch.
The biggest moments of the first half. Recap for us, Treaders. Why, at least in our opinion, Neymar is not the man you want taking that penalty.
It just takes too long. It allows your opponent so much time to get into your own head, particularly with the lack of head movement in FIFA 21 once you start powering up. And so the advantage totally lies in the mental game between, as we see that wonderful leave, but the advantage totally lies with the goalkeeper in that situation. And so when you're taking that penalty, the last thing you want to be doing, you want to just pick a spot and hammer it in there rather than worrying about what your opponent is doing. And Phantom, rather deservedly, considering the weight of opportunities he had, getting that initial goal and breathing a massive sigh of relief.
He is showing so much emotion out there. Don't get us wrong. We absolutely love watching any game of FIFA, but it is always about the competitors behind them. We've talked about Phantom, particularly being there for so long, having represented his nation, an esports org, and a club all at once. He is here finally for qualifier number 3, trying to make the most of his moment, but you can tell the pressure is still there. By his reactions, how big will that goal have felt to him, even if it's just 1-0?
It just settles that nerves, getting that first goal in the game, gets that monkey off the back, takes the pressure off, it takes your expectations off, because now you've got your first goal, you can settle yourself in for a traditional FIFA game. It can just unleash yourself to go forward. Obviously, your opponent being down, they'll still be fighting just as hard as they were at the start, but you don't have to fight nearly as hard within yourself to play your natural game. Again, every time I say natural game, I cringe because of the cricket connotations, but it does really come down to that. You need to be playing the way you would against these other competitors in your scrims, in your weekend league, if you match up in a sweatier game. So it really shouldn't change whether you're playing the top level competitor or if you're playing just your average regular competitor who's still at the absolute upper echelon of competitor. your overall process really shouldn't be changing, and your preparation shouldn't be changing as well.
What about Hugen? Then we've talked about Phantom. What about the other gentleman who's out there applying his trade, keeping it for so long there at 0-0 and with one or two opportunities of his own? Were you impressed with what you saw from him in leg one?
Yes and no. I thought that he allowed Phantom to essentially just get into his bag quite early, meaning that Phantom was just able to exert control over the game. But in saying that, he did limit him to one or two, if we include the penalty, real high quality scoring opportunities, though it's no miracle saves made or anything of that sort. I think Hugen will take that as a shot of confidence. I think Zeus Gaming will be in his ear and the organization will be behind him, talking to him and giving him a clear path forward. And I think we'll see Zeus continue to execute his possession game plan and limit Phantom, not quite to the extent. I think we'll see more goals in this second leg, but I still think he'll be limiting Phantom to a decent extent just because of his incredible defensive play so far.
Hugen immediately on the attack through Mbappe, keeps it wide, then inside to Curtis Jones. Phantom at this stage leaving both strikers up there. The 4-4-2 flat and the 4-4-2 defensive with the CDMs rather than centre mids. The preferred formation for most competitors at this stage of FIFA 21, and in East Asia it is no different. Cruyff through on goal, he'll come back on the right foot, stand his man up, try and go past, unable to do so. Hugen standing off, and while it can be very tempting, Treaders, to want to make manual challenges, sometimes just staying off a little bit, a foot or two, and jockeying can be a better way to defend.
I thought in the build-up to that opportunity, I thought there was a major defensive lapse from Hugen as he jolted forward with a centre-back. And in FIFA 21 and in any edition of FIFA, if we're being honest, jolting forward with a centre-back at any time is just an absolute no-no. It's being a pro one-on-one, rushing them out of position and ruining your shape unless you're going to 100% win that ball. And so again, we're seeing Hugen attempt to put a little bit of pressure on by utilizing that centre-back. But when Phantom is on his game, when he's at his absolute best and not being held out in those wider positions, that rushing of centre-back might come back to hurt Hugen. And indeed, if I was in Phantom's ear, that'd be something I'd be telling him to keep an eye out for in order to send that ball in behind, hit the through ball, or even utilize a little bit of player lock to open up that space, to utilize that space that is left.
Renato Sanchez lofted through ball to Atal. There's players in the middle, so he sends it early. Cruyff brings it down, and then I believe kicked immediately out of play. Barely even looked like a shot. What a strange animation. Phantom right back to his task. The ball was brilliant, but what followed, not quite as good.
I don't think Cruyff would have been too happy in any situation to kick it like that. And indeed, Phantom not happy in that situation either. Very bizarre to see that goal get kicked as hard, the ball rather, it kicked as hard as it did out of play, probably breaking the advertising signs in the background. But that early through ball, early cross, an option that presents itself to competitors if they're brave enough to take it. And at the other end, Hugen getting a bit fortunate with that directional nutmeg to keep the ball. But when you get that fortune, when you get that ball in the area, you can score goals just like that. And Neymar, the simplest of turns to create the space, all coming through a little bit of persistence from Zeus Hugging.
Number 9, Neymar.
A lovely turn and finish using that 92 in form Neymar. Hugen gets us back to parity, and Phantom may well yet rue the missed penalty from leg one. Mendy with not much to aim at in the middle, so he keeps going. Mendy, a goal with him would be a collector's item indeed. He's brought to ground after his shot. And Hugen can utilise the space that Mendy has left there. Mbappe with 3-on-2 in the middle, but he's not seen it. And eventually Mendy does track back. Always easy for us, looking on from afar to say what could and should be done. Moment lost from Hugen. Mendy still is at centre-back. Switching with Walker. Now they return back to where Phantom would rather they be. Kulusevski. Really good tackle from Cancelo. A massive opportunity missed from Zeus Hugging.
I think we got to give some credit to Phantom in the way he went about defending that. He got quite tight to the man out wide, and so I think Hugen's thinking in not crossing that ball was that he was worried about simply crossing that ball directly into Phantom's defender and sending that ball out of play, which is a very real threat. And when you have an attacker like Phantom who seems to be almost creating a high-quality goal-scoring opportunity in every possession, it can be the difference between going a goal behind or going a goal up.
Cruyff for Phantom. He gets the one-on-one, but as he's done so often, Hugen jockeying, standing off, waiting. Eventually, his player lunges in for the block, but it's brilliant defending. And I dare say, here in leg two, it is the outsider, the 45th ranked competitor from East Asia, who has looked a little better. Shredders, it doesn't feel like a lot's changed tactically. Formations, players remain the same, but maybe Hugen just, with this opportunity on broadcast here in the final 8 of Qualifier 3, has settled and showing indeed why he's here in the first place.
And Zeus Hugging is very much, as we would say, rent-free in Phantom's head at the defensive end. He's standing so far off, offering him so much space to take a shot on, or just simply stop and prop and wait for runners. That I would class it as quite average defending to a traditional player, but obviously it's been quite effective in the way it's cancelling out Phantom's overall attack. It seems to be a strategy implemented to directly counteract Phantom's playstyle. And so credit to Hugen for implementing those adjustments, because the distance that we generally suggest to competitors is to stand that 1.5 meters, the social distancing, stay that broomstick length away from the attacker so that you have the option of either lunging in to make the challenge, but you also have the option to block the shot or block the pass attempt, and allows you to win that ball. But at the moment, Hugen offering so much space up, staying so far off. It's just very interesting to watch as we see yet again, and that's what happens when you give an attacker that much space, and Phantom in that occasion fully capitalizing on it, the heel-to-heel to create the additional space required, and Phantom takes a deserved advantage.
So much talk about how Phantom does things a little differently. He has Cantona, and it is that man with both goals for Phantom. Hugen in response, after looking so dangerous but not capitalizing on his opportunities, will need to come from behind if he wants to seal a place in the winner bracket final. Lookman, of course, already there following his victory over Bazinio in semi-final number 1. Phantom will be well aware his job is not done yet.
But if Zeus Hugging is going to continue giving him that much space once he enters the attacking third, it's only a matter of time before Phantom's natural player instincts clock onto that space being given to him, or he gets that direct instruction from a coach to exploit that space being given to him. I think the reason Hugging's opting to stand so far off is because of the lack of threat of pace that both Cruyff and Cantona have, but the threat of the through ball is constant. Cruyff, beautiful ball roll, scoop turn, and the finish from Atal finishes off a beautiful counter-attacking move from Phantom, and Hugging is left to go back to the drawing board after that lovely counter-attack.
Cruyff, without the sheer pace to take on the attacker directly, waits for support. Support was there. As he takes a look for the first time, we said he's utilised the 4-4-2 defensive. Hugging had been sticking with the 4-4-2 standard, flat. The centre mids may well heat change, but Phantom having a look at the 5-3-2 earlier treaders, or maybe even the 5-2-1-2, which you see a little less more often because of its very narrow stylings in the middle of the pitch.
And the competitors, if they're opting to use the 5-2-1-2, or traditionally utilize that, the 4-1-2-1-2, and get the fullbacks to get a little bit more involved and get that central defensive midfielder to drop back in between the centre backs in possession, at least. I think the gap it leaves in the 5-2-1-2 between the central midfielders and the back line is one that can be very much exploited by good competitors, and so that's why the competitors at this level do not use it. That's not to say in your average weekend league game against a number of competitors, these elite competitors will be able to get results. It's just at this level, everything needs to be right. And in that instance, that manual header from Ronaldo goes directly across the face of goal. And Phantom, in that situation, able to breathe a sigh of relief. Emotions being on obvious display from Phantom every time there's a half opportunity, a half chance at either end. It makes him an incredibly enjoyable competitor to watch. And he's defending quite well, but you cannot defend that. The Neymar rainbow flick, creating the opportunity for Zeus Hugging to snatch a goal back, and he refuses to go out of this contest.
Phantom's face says it all.
Number 9, Neymar.
And he probably agrees with you there, Tritters. I can't defend that. Hugging with the goal of the day so far. The Neymar rainbow flick, like only Neymar can. But it takes a special competitor to do it at this stage on this platform. It is 3-2 on aggregate. And Phantom has one or two things to think about. Does not appear that he's changed that shape just yet. Just getting it set up and ready if it's needed. Sanchez trying to head that back to the keeper. Hugging decides we can just move forward, lads. The long over-the-top through ball. Perfect for Kulusevski. Drives it inside. Near post. Cannot get it under control. And Schmeichel dives upon it gratefully. But Phantom giving it away straight from the goal kick, or goalkeeper's kick. Kulusevski forward. Ronaldo has a man on the overlap. Brilliant tackle using Mendy from Phantom. Brought him inside to stop that danger as quickly as he could. That through ball with not enough power, not even the direction. And like we so often see at the end of these second legs, the game style from both competitors changes dramatically. Midfield is non-existent as Hugging searches for his equalizer. Mbappe, heel to heel, ball roll. Ronaldo, impossible angle. Then the shot is saved again. Schmeichel, worth every single coin in that play. Phantom, having just switched to the 5-2-1-2, might be wondering if that's a good idea after all.
And logic would suggest that if you switch to a defensive formation and you immediately concede a goal, it's probably not your best defensive formation, no matter what your opponent is doing. Particularly in a close contest like this, I just think having that additional player in midfield as an option rather than going for those three narrow bodies up front can be so beneficial, particularly when you consider the fact that Hugging is going to be pressing. You need to create space in order to retain possession, and the 5-2-1-2, just not a good formation at creating space. In previous FIFAs, yes, because of how good close control was, but in FIFA 21, when close control is quite restricted and contextual agile dribbling can only do so much, you need formations that provide width in order to create space for your attackers, and indeed, you need to be able to pack the middle of the pitch.
That extra midfielder will stay up a little higher. Will it be costly for Phantom? Sanchez, past Mendy, Schmeichel throws a glove at it again. Admittedly, Renato Sanchez on the left is not how I'm sure Hugging would have dreamt up his goal for 3-3. It was rather close though. He goes again because Phantom tried to boot it down the line. It instead went straight out of play. Kulusevski, really good stretch from Kante. One back though again. Is there going to be a late equalizer here? Mbappe first time ball goes nowhere. The press means it's straight back. Look at the two strikers for Phantom. They're useless right now. Theo, final seconds. It's now or never for Hugging. Neymar, it needs to go forward. It will. Mbappe to the near side. Goes inside. Mbappe. Is there a cutback at the end? Look at the support. There's none. He finds it. It's wide from CR7. Lurking there at the back stick. That is how close Hugging was to sending us to extra time. Phantom maybe feeling like he got away with one there. Grasps his hands together a little bit like Treaders is doing now. That is as close as it comes, Treaders, for us heading to extra time.
Man, Phantom getting away with one in that situation. Hugging a little bit unfortunate at the very end. But Phantom, wow, there's so many adjustments that need to be made. So many little things to enable him to see out this next game. I'm sure he'll have a word with his coach, have a word with some fellow competitors to give him guidance heading into this winner's bracket contest against Lookman. But so many just little mistakes. It's going to be a spicy one this next game.
Hugging desperately unlucky to at not least send us to extra time. But credit to Phantom. Hopefully, we just never see that 5-2-1-2 ever again. To break down the goals and more, we'll send it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one right there. Mike LaBelle, I mean, I'm just about getting over that miss at the end. What happened? Let's break down this game. What did you make of it?
I can't believe we're not talking about going to extra time because he got the layoff. He had the matchup, everything you could ask for, and he just put it wide, overclocked it a little bit, maybe slight nerves in the 90th minute, but I definitely thought that we were going to continue this show.
Yeah, it did seem like at the end towards that game, it was back and forth throughout. Such a tightly contested affair in this one. The penalty, as you can see, Neymar Jr. with that run-up that we all know and all love. It was saved, though, right there. I mean, that set the precedent for the game. It was so close in that first leg, and in the final few moments, you get an inch, you take a mile, and you manage to get that one goal. Mike, what do you make of his setup right there? Is he playing in an office? It seems like in the backdrop that there's plenty of things in there.
I would say that it's an office, or his bedroom looks much different than mine. It doesn't have a bed for one, and then there's just boxes on boxes on boxes. And yeah, the first leg of this matchup in particular, as you see some player lock movement, which makes Treaders very excited. You see Cantona, not commonly used, but he's working, he's moving, he's grooving inside of the box. You can't stop him. But the first leg was kind of slow. There was that penalty kick. There wasn't a lot of opportunity, but once you get an opener, the game changes. Look at Cruyff. Very classic maneuver there with the ball roll into the scoop turn. You're going to see that used at the pro end. Even just the intermediate level, it's become a very common procedure in terms of skill move combination play and what we're seeing in terms of levels of effectiveness. However, come on, you got to appreciate that. This game had some of those extra intricacies, and here's the big miss. And he had multiple chances, Zeus did. Right there, he should have kept going. I think he was a little surprised with the defending. Elastico, perfect layoff, just overclocks it.
Oh!
Cristiano, what's going down? That's kind of funny looking at Phantom. He knows he barely survived. He's happy. He's talking to the FIFA gods from the office space, and he moves forward. I don't know if either competitor will be that happy with their performance. I think there was a lot to improve on. They weren't necessarily as efficient as you would like. Anytime you miss a penalty kick, that kind of sticks with you to a certain degree, but Phantom will definitely be happier amongst the two competitors because he's moving forward. He gets another reset, and he still has that game in hand, because you can remember this is the winner's bracket, and these guys are still undefeated. So I'd much rather be in an undefeated position than having to go the long way or the most difficult path through that loser's bracket.
Well, luckily for both of these competitors, they will get another opportunity to improve their game. SZ Phantom, well, he goes through into our winners bracket final. He will face Lookman, who we had in our first game. And then it is that man who drops down into the losers bracket right there, Zeus Hugging. Well, he's got another opportunity as well. That winners bracket final, Lookman, HZQ will be taking on SZ Phantom. That will be coming up for you very, very shortly. Yes, this winners bracket final. The winner goes through to our grand final on Championship Sunday. The loser, well, they get another bite at the cherry right there. So they get to go again. It is all to play for right here. Mike LaBelle, this is what we want. Both of these competitors, they've had one game now. The fingers are getting warm, and it's time for the winners bracket final.
I'm good for it, or I'm good with it. This is usually the two competitors that have been most in form, even though I will say that last game had some shakiness, but I'm looking forward to it. Someone's going to be sitting in the grand final lots of time. They're going to get the review, watch gameplay, go take a walk, watch a movie, hang out with whoever you're hanging out with. I don't know, sit in your bedroom. You can take a break from really focusing on FIFA. You've earned that advantage. But I'm looking forward to it before we get into the really intense matchups later today, where it's win or go home. And for multiple competitors, this is the say-all be-all in terms of playoff position or lack thereof.
Now, I say it time and time again, you do not want to miss any of this FIFA 21 action, so make sure you stick around. It is our winners bracket final coming up for you very, very shortly. It is the third and final regional qualifier here in East Asia, and we'll be back after this short break.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 3 is presented by PS4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. East Asia is the region and it is the third and final regional qualifier. This is the competitors' opportunity to get and secure their place into the playoffs. Some of them have been battling for those FIFA Global Series ranking points throughout the entire season, and this is what it all comes down to right now. By the end of the weekend, we should have a great idea of who is going to playoffs from this region. Plus, we'll have our third and final champion in East Asia joining me throughout all of the action, Mike LaBelle. We turn our attention to the winners bracket final. This should hopefully be a great game where both competitors, they've learned from their mistakes from their first games.
Well, it's funny you bring up mistakes because I got the results, but I just don't think it was as crisp and clean as we're maybe used to seeing. But maybe that's just the direction that FIFA's gone into a certain degree, and we critique every little crevice of everything that goes well and every mistake, and sometimes it's easier to focus on an error where you're dealing with a pass out of the back than the beautiful build-up play that led to a fantastic goal. It shouldn't be like that, but sometimes we do.
Yeah, it is indeed, and it does feel like actually when it comes to this, we can overanalyze a little bit, Mike. We can look at these things and go, they should have done this, they should have done that. They're here in a winners bracket final. They've made their way to this tournament right now, so they should all pat themselves on the back. But if they do want to progress, they have to improve just a little bit.
Well, it always comes down to expectation as well. Maybe we're accustomed to seeing some of the pretty build-up, but we're not as accustomed to normalizing a poor pass out of the back.
Right, let's get into it then, because two guys that will be analysing everything throughout the entire two legs of FIFA 21, Nate and Treaders, all the way over in Australia. They're in the future right here. That's what I always like to say. But you guys, you will be casting your eye on it. Treaders, I'll start with you. I want to get your prediction, but also these two players, what do they need to improve on in this next game?
Phantom, where you need to see a more clinical ability to close out the games. I think that'll come from utilizing a formation that's a little bit stronger through the midfield, and with more options out wide to close the games out, which that's a pretty straightforward change, if I'm being totally honest, in comparison to limiting a heap of mistakes or being a little bit more clinical up front. So that's why I'm going to lock in Phantom for my prediction, if we're getting to that already.
Well, he was very, very lucky in those last few seconds of that last game right there. Nate, who have you got for this one?
I'm going to stick with Lookman. Felt a little more confident. I know and agree with what you're saying when we're being hypercritical, but it is those little things that are the big difference. We're at the final 8 of East Asia. Phantom's waited until, what are we? April, I don't even know what month it is, to finally get here. If he wants to go and take home the trophy, it is those tiny things that he will need to improve on to get through, and I think Lookman's just one step ahead at the moment.
Mike LaBelle, who have you got?
I'm going to be joining that conversation. I think Lookman, we've seen better form thus far, but what's funny with FIFA is that people change and players change matchup to matchup. So sometimes it's not all about your previous game. They're able to have that reset or the confidence or the free flow or just the way that you match up versus a certain type of opponent is more favorable, or it could be detrimental, but I've got Lookman.
Right, I'm going to go with... Let me have Lookman as well. Let me think. I had to think about it right there. I'm going to go with Lookman. Nate, Treaders, let's get things underway. It is our winners bracket final here in East Asia.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike, and welcome to our winners bracket final. Lookman and Phantom will duel it out in just a moment's time. Treaders, we've seen two brilliant competitors, but maybe reflecting that they're not quite there at the very top of the region. It is in fact the first time that in the winners bracket section of one of these qualifiers, we have no competitors featuring from the top 10 in the rankings.
Yeah, it's incredibly bizarre, particularly at this phase of the season, considering all the seeding and everything that takes place to get us to this point in the online qualifiers. It just goes to show the impacts of the small updates, the little changes to FIFA 21 that it can have on the competitors. And in particular, we have to mention the distance between these competitors in this region. We've got competitors over 8,000, 9,000 kilometers away from each other. So just like a professional footballer has to get used to different grass, different feels of the game, these competitors have to make adjustments to their overall game style, overall game plan from matchup to matchup.
And of course, they will have practiced for such an occasion. These competitors at this level play a lot of friendlies against one another, wondering, hoping they might find themselves in the winner bracket final. Lookman and SZ Phantom are the two gentlemen fortuitous to get there. They have worked, they have fought, and maybe rode their luck at times. Of course, Lookman from Malaysia, 7-4 over Bazinio. That scoreline inflated dramatically at the end of that contest. It was 5-4 before 2 goals in the final 20 minutes. SZ Phantom, many of you would have been around and seen it, 1 kick away from his game going to extra time. Lookman in the predominantly red kit, having a look ahead, but his runner is offside, so he waits to go again. Sanchez first time. Ronaldo tackled by... If you were just looking at the webcam.
Yeah, really riding his emotions all the way through that first contest. But we saw time and time again, just a little bit of rust, a little bit of nerve settling in. But hopefully for his sake, by this point, getting that first close result under his belt will be proved to be the difference, as we see him not decide not to take up the opportunity to continue to play and instead opting for the free kick.
Now, most competitors would lay this off for a runner. I can tell you, Phantom doesn't mind his direct free kicks. He'd scored one in the lead up here, but reading it, and again, perhaps knowing it even, Lookman gets a player back. The more these competitors play against one another, the more they'll be able to read, but Cruyff shifts it onto the right foot. Phantom puts a hand in the air. That's as excited as we've seen him today. He takes the early lead here in the winner bracket final.
Double La Croqueta cancel into the finesse shot. Brilliant build up from Phantom, getting the ball back off the back of that free kick. And sometimes taking that risk on the free kick does eventually pay off, if not initially. But that presence of mind to look for the second La Croqueta and to be able to execute it alongside the cancel is a skill that not many in the FIFA scene possess.
Ball off the defender, corner kick. We saw Lookman take them quickly in his first encounter. Doesn't quite get the luck on his side for the second, but keeps the ball. And just like the free kick before, I believe the key could well be not waiting until defenders are set. That is, after a set piece or stoppage of really any kind, is when players are out of their shape, defenders are not where they want to be, and you can't practice for that particularly well. The free kick and then the corner, both done differently to what you'd normally see, and both resulting in dangerous opportunities. Cantona, I believe, with the flick header, but Lookman defending well. And we saw it last weekend in West Asia, Treaders. Set pieces can be the difference between winning and losing a game of FIFA 21. It's the little things at this stage.
And one of those little things is that ability to play the ball before the defense gets set, particularly whether your opponent is defending in a very deep structure or in a compact structure. If you're finding it difficult to break down your opponent, being able to find those passes quickly and efficiently can be such a crucial skill to develop as a pro FIFA player. And it's a skill that all competitors at every level continue to look to develop, because you never know whether the next patch is going to take out one of your key attacking abilities. And so being able to attack in space is such a crucial skill. And indeed, it's where you find so much opportunity. That's a brilliant over-the-top through ball from Kante, and Cantona bodying off the defender in that situation. The 5-star skill on the strong foot of Cantona. And we see Phantom opting to settle for the corner, liking the opportunity that the corner does present for him, with Cantona making a run at the front stick.
Courtois punching it away. I believe it was first Kyle and Mike, and then Treaders rightly pointing out that from game to game, things can change. I love and hate the pre-match predictions personally, because it's exciting to see what your other experts are thinking, and yet can you really know based on what you've seen on a game a lot of the time? I know I make those decisions based on form on the qualifiers up until broadcast, but with different connections, different game styles, and different foot items, you never really know. Cantona for Phantom, he's baited him completely. The finesse off the far post. It was perfectly done. But the former Manchester United legend cannot complete the play.
And Lookman also read that shot to the far post and had run a man back there, and so I think it may have been an over-adjustment from Phantom in that situation, aiming a little bit wider than he felt he originally would have had to, if it's just him versus the goalkeeper as it originally was. But Lookman is really under the pump at the moment, 2-on-2 situation between the two strikers, and yet Phantom is unable to capitalize.
We'll take a deep breath. Oh, Phantom, you just want to reach in there and give him a hug. He looks like, to be honest, the reality of the situation is that he has waited this long and he wants to make the most of it. It was a lovely goal on 16 minutes to get the opener. And this 4-4-2 defensive will continue for both competitors, offering that mix of width, defensive stability, and yet two spearheads at the top. In leg one, it is just that one goal that separates the pair. Lookman will get Neres on, Rashford off, who was brilliant at the start of the FIFA 21 cycle, that in form particularly. But as time goes on, competitors will adapt. Player lock used, Cruyff. Tackled well by James, but Phantom still with it. Cantona wide. Neymar actually got past his man, but I don't think Phantom knew. Kante, Sanchez, Cantona. But a good read using Cancelo from Lookman. And we keep things at 1-0.
Just some huge touches there from Cantona, letting down Phantom in the build-up for the attack. For an item that you've spent so many coins on, some of those touches, particularly in these big moments, it just makes you question the decision to include him in your starting team. We do love the variety, but a lot of the time there is a reason that foot items are preferred by the vast majority of competitors, and even sweaty competitors in Weekend League. And so if you see Cantona taking those heavy touches time and time again, I think if you're Phantom, it just makes you feel a little bit sad that that's a possibility for Cantona to be having such a negative impact on his attack. But you also have to be a little bit realistic about the positives and the negatives of including a player like that in your attack.
It is extremely unlikely that he will change it at this stage. competitors, of course, with the hundreds of thousands, maybe, of hours of practice that they put into this game, very seldomly would then change something on the fly. And this Cruyff-Cantona partnership is likely to continue for as long as Phantom remains in this tournament. Here is the somewhat maligned foot item, gets through, has a man out on the left, does not want to use him. Treaders, he's listening to you right now, 100%, and he's trying to skill all the way through, dribble through with Cantona, just to prove a point. I can't think of why he wouldn't have used the overlap otherwise. Renato Sanchez, tackled well by James. Lookman defending very well indeed.
I've got written in my notes that Phantom does love to use his close control to capitalize on to create goal scoring opportunities. And so at the moment, he might be just suffering a little bit of tunnel vision as we see Lookman suffering the opposite. Beautiful vision to find that man at the back stick, and it's the simplest of tap-ins for CR7. Schmeichel left helpless, and indeed Phantom left helpless as Lookman strikes back.
Slightly early to be thinking about stamina, but definitely a good time to make a personnel change. If a foot item isn't doing it for you. All eyes, of course, on Cantona, who stays firmly put. Neres joins him up top. A question in the chat earlier. These competitors are using their own accounts. They have perfected them, grinded their FIFA 21 season to get their teams to this point. We are tied up at 1-1 following the CR7 goal. Traore will come on as well as Bruno. Perez completing the triple change.
And there was a moment in that substitution screen where I thought Phantom was going to make the substitution of Cantona, but favoring the big man. And maybe in this situation, the free kick might see him lob that ball into the back stick, and Cantona does score. And Phantom is able to capitalize on leaving that target man on the pitch. The set piece giving Phantom his goal back.
Hold this L for me real quick, won't you, Treaders? Cantona again. Phantom will continue to do things his way. Plenty of time left to decide whether it is a good idea to have that foot item on or not. And defending, equally as important, Cancelo. Terrible touch. Maybe Lookman believing he'd already kept that ball in play, but the first one surely just needed to focus on keeping the ball alive. Cantona with the win in the air, but Reece James stops it from reaching the other attacker. Adama, Traore has me shook because he's somewhere in centre midfield right now. Cancelo to Sanchez. Lookman with the overload. There's a man in the middle. Cancelo tries it. Really good defending from Phantom. But Lookman comes again. Neymar biting at the cherry, nibbling and getting that ball away. But Atal absolutely dumped by the Wolverhampton wonder. Adama Traore for Lookman inside. It's just the first leg, but it has a great intensity about it, just as he did in the end of his semi-final. Phantom sitting back and absorbing all pressure here in the winner bracket final leg one. Far side, João Cancelo. Adama, CR7. Just protect the middle is Phantom's strategy. Don't let bodies get out of position. Look at the midfielders standing around. They've got a great view of things. They're not helping out a lot. And eventually, he tries to break with the strikers. I dare say It's not working again from Phantom, but he stays with his lead. Across we go. Renato. Where is Adama playing? He's playing as the pivot for Lookman right now. He's useless there. He will not be able to utilize all that pace. The best bits of that foot item are best displayed at the top or out wide. Regardless, Phantom continues on with Neres towards the byline, then professionally back inside. Well, this won't decide anything. It has given Phantom the edge he required. We'll look ahead to leg 2 with a great amount of interest and intrigue. In other words, let's start with I. Treaders, what an incredible leg 1. It had a bit of everything. Foot items you may not have expected. Attacking decisions we certainly didn't expect. And formations that appear to have no use at this level of FIFA still getting used. It started early on with the goal for Phantom following this set piece.
And it was just a very bizarre first leg of the game. It very much felt like the intensity of a winner's bracket final that we've come to expect. There was just some unusual pieces of play involved in everything. The direct free kick, one of them, as much as we love to see it, we don't traditionally see it taken as directly as that. And then the vision, wow, that's brilliant from Lookman. And it was really intriguing to see the substitutions made. Again, I'm not advocating against, actually no, I am directly advocating against utilizing Cantona, but when you spend 3 million coins on a foot item, you better hope he's at the very least scoring headers like that. I'd personally argue that CR7 Team of the Year or Mbappe is also getting at least a header on that, and you're not overly reliant on him scoring those headers. But I rest my case. Cantona doing the job at the moment. But overall, FIFA's a game about doing the percentages, giving yourself the best opportunity to get the result. And that's why I'm keep biting at Cantona, because I feel like it would really unleash Phantom's attack. But I think when we go towards the playoffs, if we do see Phantom, I'm not overly sure we'll see him utilize Cantona at that level.
Remind me never to hire you as my lawyer, Treaders. You give all the arguments for why Cantona is better, and then say you rest your case that he shouldn't be used. I'm not having any of it. We joke when tensions are high because these are big moments for these competitors. You can see that through their emotion. And to be fair, a lot of us had said Lookman would be the go-to. Phantom just looking a little nervy. But at no times during that very crazy leg 1 did he ever really settle into that game.
Yeah, it was just, it seems to be Phantom and Lookman very nervy, very cagey at times. I think Lookman, he just has another level that we are yet to see once he is comfortable. Maybe he naturally just plays a little bit more nervous with a bundle of nervous energy. Well, Phantom, he definitely plays as a bundle of nervous energy, but it seems to ignite a little of focus. Again, with Phantom, it's just a little bit of a weakness in really sealing those games out. But I think particularly because this is only his real first major FIFA event for FIFA 21, at least in the FIFA Global Series side of things. We're not talking about the EJ League, obviously, at the moment. But on the FIFA Global side of things, Global Series side of things, it's his debut event for FIFA 21. So the more he gets this qualifier broadcast experience, I think the more we'll see him settle in. So maybe as counterintuitive as it may sound, a run in the losers bracket wouldn't do him too much harm, just for the experience sake. If that does allow him to go through to playoffs through the losers bracket by experiencing getting the experience in closing out games, that would be huge for him. But even if he does win this game, go through to the winners bracket final, it's just really good experience heading into playoffs.
You're quite right, Treaders. You simply cannot replicate games at this level, at this stage of tournaments. We mentioned they play friendlies, of course, weekend league, the qualifiers to get here. But there's some things that just because they're so good at the game, FIFA competitors, FIFA professionals will get away with in Weekend League that you won't get away with here. Rest assured, it's not Nate Patrick and Josh Treadwell playing this final. It is Lookman, it is SZ Phantom, and it is all to play for in Leg 2, the winner bracket final, with so much on the line. They are 15th and 18th ranked, respectively. Malaysia versus Japan, both very strong FIFA esports nations in their own right. Perhaps before regional qualifiers, it was Japan that was more widely known. Again, it feels trying to prove the point with Cantona, and then the follow-up with Sanchez. Goodness gracious me. Somehow that foot item keeps finding its way forward, but yet again is unable to apply the finish. An early opportunity for Phantom here in Leg 2. Player lock used and then turned down. Neymar, space and time, comes inside, plays it across. But with it being held up a little bit, it gives Lookman the opportunity to get back in defense. Rashford back now for Lookman. Renato forward to Mbappe. Directional nutmeg, no thank you. And Schmeichel's there to mop up.
And those directional nutmegs are really an example of why that skill move can be both a nightmare to use and also a present from heaven in some situations. It just provides a little bit of space that you otherwise would not get, and it allows you to take total control of that touch that, again, you otherwise would not get unless you were just mashing your sprint button from the moment you receive that ball. That through ball from Cruyff is never on, particularly when your defender is so close. And Lookman pressuring well in the defensive half. Oh, the roulette from Curtis Jones. I don't mind that. But Curtis Jones needs to get back in order to recycle possession. And why not? A lob pass not coming off for Lookman. But the press from Lookman is so aggressive at the moment that Scarz Phantom has a lot of space in behind if he's able to beat the press. And he does so now with Cantona heading to the byline, reverse elastico. And as we see time and time again in FIFA 21, once you get into that area, most of the time it either gets cleared away or results in a corner.
Taking his time, Phantom. Long and loopy towards the back stick. Trying to time the header. Not getting it right. And it goes out for a goal kick. Varane and Mendy back again at a big event. Lookman continuing to use the combination a lot of these professionals started with. Curtis Jones out wide. Ronaldo Mbappe, that is a hospital pass if I've ever seen one. Taken out by two. Schmeichel collects again. And while things have been fast and frenetic, Treaders, as we get closer to deciding which competitor will make the grand final, indeed have the advantage in the grand final, play may well, if not calm down, certainly slow down, as competitors do not want to take risks unnecessarily at such a crucial stage.
They want to really, they'll be looking for as much control as possible. For some competitors, they trust themselves to control where their opposition is in defense, but for most competitors, their control of the game comes from their ability to retain possession. Cantona winning so many of those high air balls from Schmeichel out from defense. It's allowing Phantom to very much just skip midfield and head straight into the attacking half. There's a price you pay traditionally for not utilizing the traditional centre backs, but even with Varane back there, it doesn't matter as we see Lookman go up the other end, get a 4-on-3 and nearly score, and then Mbappe with a blistering header that is saved off the line. The attack not finished just yet from Lookman. Rashford on the ball now, recycling it, drag backs, and is forced well and truly back by Phantom, but this is a dangerous attack still. And indeed, Lookman with his persistence is able to score the equaliser yet again, and Phantom unable to close out this game yet again.
Goal for the visitors. Number 7.
Some terrific saves from Peter Schmeichel, but he wasn't getting to that one. Game on, it is 2-2. One can only assume Cantona and Schmeichel. Maybe it's the Man United fan having his say on the team selections. But credit Lookman, who has hung in there early, and then after a lot of competitors may well have gotten frustrated and perhaps even given up, or at least felt inside like it was too difficult. So were the amazing saves from Schmeichel. He kept going, kept pressing, and now we'll look to try and take a lead here in the second leg. Rashford, who always starts, often gets subbed off, gives that ball away. Cantona, Cruyff makes the run. He calls him back to receive it, and then sets him off. Atal, back to Kante. And as perhaps predicted, things may well slow down a touch. Giveaways at this stage feel doubly as bad when you know a spot in the grand final is so close. This is Jones for Lookman, the last opportunity of the half. Rashford cut back with Kyle Walker in the way. Get that out of there, and we stay at 2-2. Goodness gracious me. These two systems and styles, very similar. Maybe he'll have a look at the flat 4-4-2. Centre mids rather than CDMs. We've seen him set up the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. Don't even mention the 5 at the back, but the point remains, Shredders. He has other formations he can go to should he feel things are a little too close for his liking. Can SZ Phantom.
And I think it just comes down to whether he feels he's getting enough space to attack. With the 4-4-2, you have the space out wide to get in behind, particularly on the quick switches, which both, to their credit, both competitors are utilizing at the moment. And they're getting advantages every now and again with those through balls down the wing on the quick switch, as we see Lookman looking out wide yet again, ignoring it initially and being forced back by Phantom. Those wide areas can be so crucial for at least getting your attack off to a quality start, and it can determine before the attack has even begun the quality of your overall attack, because you can force your opponent to shift so many bodies out wide that it just opens up so much space for you in the middle.
Ambitious ball out to the left-hand side. The pass didn't have a lot on it. You can tell what Lookman thought of it through his defending. Immediately on the press, trying to win it back. Really good ball retention, however, from Phantom. Mendy is forward. Love to see the fullbacks getting involved. You probably don't want them taking the shot. Neymar, player inside, decides not to use him. Instead, Renato across the face, stuck under his feet a little bit. Cruyff cannot muster the power or direction. With the whole goal gaping, it somehow stays 2-2. And every time we've seen a bit of danger defensively for Lookman Shredders, he immediately looks more focused when going forward.
It just seems to be that it takes that little bit of threat to get him to fully switch on when going forward. We've seen him force that byline cutback time and time again without any real imminent threat against Phantom's defense, but Phantom's build-up out wide has been really good so far, particularly with the utilization of these overlapping runs of his fullbacks.
Ball one back, player on the ground complaining. Means that Lookman has a bit more space than he normally would. I believe it's Sanchez, who is still just a little bit too high. Now being controlled by Phantom, brought back to where he needs to be. Will there be one goal in regular time that separates these sides? Mbappe, Lookman looks ahead. Only passes to this near side, but he doesn't want to go that wide. The giveaway earlier still firmly in his mind. That's a lovely dinked ball. Schmeichel to Cancelo, and again, you can tell, you can feel it. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, all the way from Malaysia to Japan to Australia and beyond. FIFA is the universal esports language. Lookman will want to change things. Will he get a chance to do so while the scoreline is level? Cantona back to Conte. Sanchez holds things up nicely. Neymar player lock. Bails out of that. No width really on offer, so Neymar will create it himself. Phantom onto the right. Holds up, and Varane nibbles, gets enough of the ball. Decides to give it back to Neymar. What are you doing? No, 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 no. Survival from Lookman, but he is rattled. I dare say it's not a bad idea just to get that out of play so he can find a tactical settler, whether it's a formation change or just a moment to breathe. You can feel how tense things are from here. Cruyff, Courtois comes out and grabs it. This time safely wide and down the line. Big game FIFA is different to your average weekend league garden variety treaders, and you're never going to see that quite displayed as clearly as it is right now. Mendy on the overlap. Schmeichel's brought out. Schmeichel gets it away. This is bananas.
I'm still shook by that pass out from the back by Lookman. He had defended so well, had looked to be so composed up to that point, but in that instance, we saw Phantom just totally arrest the mental advantage in this game, and at the moment, Lookman is absolutely on the ropes. That giveaway would be totally fresh in his mind, and Phantom nearly getting that ball through and capitalizing on it. We cannot underestimate the mental impact that that mistake would have had on both competitors.
It might be played on PlayStation 4, but particularly here in the winner bracket final, it is a game being played out in the minds of these competitors. Who can keep their nerve? Who can find a winner? If we are unable to in regular time, to extra time we shall go. And penalties if required, but for now, Lookman, the overlap again, Mendy this time, the pick out, Mbappe on the left! Lookman does not get to take his pause. Until now, it's a very different tactical tweak coming up than what we thought was coming. How brilliant has he been on that far side? The left mid and left back combining, overlapping, and Mbappe doesn't miss. All of a sudden, Lookman is a moment away from his grand final appearance here in the East Asia Qualifier 3.
And that opportunity manufactured by Lookman's ability to get to that byline time and time again with ease and attempt to force that cutback across the face of goal. In that instance, though, Lookman breaks away from the pattern that he has utilized to this point in the game, finds Mbappe around the penalty spot, and initially too much space for Mbappe. And when you give Mbappe that much space, well, he creates opportunities for himself.
One last roll of the dice for Phantom here in the winner bracket. Having not yet lost, he will go down to the loser bracket, but it's going to feel very different down there indeed. Stoppage time, you'll get 1 minute, sir. Bruno will go for the 1-2 run. He's taken out off the ball. Traore holds him up enough. Bruno dribbles it out of play, and that is potentially a very fair way for this game to finish. If you are just joining us, if you don't know what I'm alluding to, both competitors are ranked outside the top 10. A huge moment here in the last qualifier of the FIFA 21 season. They were clearly rattled. They've got us fired up. And Treaders, that one bit of creative brilliance, but also of composure, means Lookman is the competitor who will advance.
And just the foresight to continually press in a pattern in one way, have the overall game plan of hitting that driven pass across the face of goal, and it forced Phantom to make adjustment after adjustment. And eventually, when the moment came, when the moment that mattered most, the opportunity to score the winning goal presented itself, well, we saw Lookman was up to the task of scoring it.
That he did indeed. It was late, it was great, and it sees Lookman through to the grand final, through to Championship Sunday. Phantom fans, your man will be back tomorrow. What an encounter. What a crazy game. Kyle and Mike, try and make some sense of it.
Make some sense of it indeed. Thank you, Nate and Treaders. Mike LaBelle, what did you make of that? Let's try and do that then. Let's try and make a bit of sense of it, because once again, we see waiting until the final few moments. It's not over until that final whistle goes.
And time again, it comes down to mental strength. This is one of those matches of who wants it more, who's able to not only create the comebacks, which we saw from Lookman, but also to close out the game, to make it late, to make it great, to complete that final opportunity, to have that composure, the know-how. So congratulations, he earned it.
He did earn it indeed. We will have a look at the highlights right now. I mean, Mike, what's that noise for?
You don't always see direct free kick attempts, and I'm a fan of them, so I like when people go for it. It works out for him, as you're going to see some wiggling, some working, some La Croqueta action, offloads, unloads. Phantom 1-0. He's ahead, but we still got a lot of game to play for. Mbappe looking for the option, observing. What a pick out as well. I love this goal because that first time scoop turn, many of you watching do not incorporate that in that situation. You just take your touch, and it's one of those extra fine, small details that we discussed with making a difference. As you see a direct free kick, another very odd situation. You only typically see players go for direct free kicks in that type of position if it would be the 45th or the 90th minute, where it's more of a clock situation. But Lookman battles back, constantly battles back, and then we all saw it together here. It was a late goal, 87th minute, looking for the build-up, overlapping run, pulls it back, Mendy to Mbappe, offloads, near post. You see what it means to him.
You can see what it means to him. Indeed, he does secure the win and secures a place in the grand final on Championship Sunday, winning that game 3-2. Look how close it was. 6 shots, 6 of those on target for Lookman. 8 shots, 6 of those also on target for Scarz Phantom right there. Ultimately, Mike, what separated these two? Is it just taking your opportunities when you presented them?
It was a super even matchup. A big portion of the separation is your mental strength, who's got the last kick of the ball, who's got the last opportunity to score that goal. And then, of course, conversion. It's always going to come down to being clinical. I talk about it all the time, but if you want to be a successful FIFA player, your composure, your defense is going to be really, really important. You can't give up a bunch of goals. And then also being clinical, taking your chances.
Right, we've talked all about Lookman. He does make his way through to the grand final. Let's break down some of his gameplay here in some of his earlier matches in the third and final East Asia Regional Qualifier. It is time for our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
And this has been my favorite goal of the day thus far. And I like that you talked about breaking down Lookman, because he's going to give us some more of the spectacular. And when this happens, it's even better. And I want to talk about the simplicity of using your opponent's momentum against him, but then just wait to see what he does with it. So you got the space. You're going to shoot off the directional bridge, player momentum. Yeah, you got the overplay. Those defenders are recovering. You might shoot there. So we're not going to just see one drag back. We're a secondary drag back, actually into a half drag. And then look at this little lane of space outside of the boot elastico. You can't tell me you're not feeling good. You're not feeling yourself. You're not in full form and focused when you give us some sort of showcase. That is highlight material. Good luck to the rest of the competitors. That's the goal today thus far. I want to see someone beat it.
Well, maybe we might see somebody beat it. We've got 2 more matchups left here on day number 1. But Mike, you will be full of confidence now. However, again, we did see a few mistakes creeping in that winner's bracket final. He's got plenty of time to correct those mistakes before the grand final tomorrow, though.
I think I'm done talking about the mistakes. I think he's looked good. He got the 7-4 result, maybe a little shakier in that game. I think versus Phantom, that was a game that didn't include many mistakes. Very professional matchup between Lookman and Phantom. Very even, and it just came down to who converted and who took those big moments or those key moments. We talk about this a lot in sport as well. It's not just that you have the team and the flow and the fluidity, but you get into that final third, what are you going to do with it?
Right, we do drop down into that losers bracket right now. As we explained before, it is double elimination, so there's some extra names in there waiting patiently in round number 2. Yes, Zeus Hugging and Bazinio, 2 players that did lose today in the winners bracket. They dropped down, but we are focusing on our round number 1 matches coming up shortly. As you can see just here, Operation ESS taking on Scarz J7. We have seen him before. He's flying high in the FIFA Global Series rankings, and he'll be hoping to improve on this one. Mike LaBelle, it gets to this point on day number 1. We switch from winners bracket to losers bracket, and all of a sudden, the pressure, we turn it up just a little bit.
Just a tad bit, just on the notch, just a tad bit. But this is kind of what it's all about. It's great to see players that are in form, but often the guys coming to the losers bracket did just enough to get here, but they know they can't drop another game. We're in the final qualifier. There's a lot of pressure involved, and you're trying to build hope. As you start to win games, you start to say, I think I could do this. I can make a run. I can get myself back into that grand final. I'm prepared. I'm well equipped.
Well, hopefully we'll see who can do that. Can somebody make a run through the losers bracket? Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this. As I say every single time, we will be back very shortly as we jump down into our losers bracket. It is the 3rd and final East Asia regional qualifier, and we'll see you after this short break.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 3 is presented by PS4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA Global Series. It is East Asia round number 3 right here, and it is the third and final chance for all of our competitors to hopefully be crowned champion of East Asia. We've had our winners bracket side of things. It is Lookman who progresses through to that grand final after he won in our winners bracket final. But now it is do or die, do or turn the console off, do or you're not being named champion of East Asia. To break things down with me is Mike LaBelle as well, all the way in New York City. And Mike, it's a very exciting time right now for all of our competitors because they've had the game for months, all right, and now they've used it. But week to week, it's changing, and they're having to adapt, and we're seeing that unfold in front of our eyes.
I mean, you're not wrong, but that's an understatement. We're in more of the later stages of the FIFA life cycle, especially at the competitive level. This is the last qualifier. We've seen multiple patches, maintenances, updates, shifts in the meta, just relearning and then innovating and figuring out new ways to kind of be creative, not just in that final third, but in the build-up play, how you defend, tactical adjustments, you name it. This is the time to bring it all together. Everybody's played 1,000+ matches. They understand what's happening in FIFA 21.
Now, if you've played 1,000+ matches, it's time to put your skills to the test with the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. These are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes. Those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. All you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, show them how it's done.
Tips, tricks, one-stop shop, everything integrated into the console. Very self-explanatory, intuitive. You've got the opportunity to win a bunch of prizes, take part in tournaments, get experience under your belt. And this is a great way to kind of get an idea of where you really stand. Maybe you're not necessarily verified or you've been qualifying to events, and this is kind of an in-between. It's a nice little liaison to give you an idea what you need to work on, what you need to improve on.
Yeah, so if you're at home and you're wanting to get involved in some of the competitive action, make sure you get it done. There's cash prizes as well, as I said, plus some other things too. Right, let's talk about this. Losers bracket round number 1. Our matchup sees Operation ESS taking on Scarz J7. Mike, we've seen Jay in action before. He's flying high in the FIFA Global Series ranking, so he surely should be favourite.
I think it comes down to if you like what you've seen. Personally, I do. I think both these competitors are not new to this region. They've definitely made runs, but I definitely like, if you're trying to get ahead of the game a little bit here, I think Jay is favored in this matchup, and I think he's going to get the job done. I'll go on record. I'll be a little early. I'm jumping the gun in terms of our prediction portion.
Wow, you're jumping straight into it right there with predictions. As you can see, Scarz J, first name Jun right there. Date of birth, the 15th of March, 1999. He's from Japan. Favorite formation, 4-3-3. Favorite club, Kawasaki Frontale. And first FIFA title, FIFA 13. Let's see his opponent, Operation ESS. Right here, the man that will be trying to stop Jay from progressing in that losers bracket. Well, for Operation ESS, Mike, what do you think he's got to do to stop Jay? You've come in hot. You've said your prediction. How does ESS stop that?
I mean, it's about playing your game plan. I think it's always really important to make sure that you're focused on executing what you've been practicing, what you've prepared with, and being able to take that to your opposition. Not that this necessarily plays a big factor in this matchup, but I always talk about not putting players on pedestals when you go against bigger names or competitors that just have a certain recognition or they have those accolades. You can't do that. So you got to focus on your gameplay, try to set the tone, make sure you can dictate the rhythm. That puts you at a massive competitive advantage.
Right, let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation. We'll jump straight into our predictions. I'm going to kick things off. I'm going to join Mike LaBelle, who's already given his, to be fair. I'm going to say Scarz J is going to get the win. He wants to be climbing the FIFA Global Series rankings. He wants to go into the playoffs hot, so that's who I'm going for. Mike, any changes within the last 20 seconds?
I haven't shifted. If anything, I've impacted you.
That's true. That's true. So you're going with Jay as well. Nate, who are you going for?
Look, I get a free pass on this one because I tweeted it out before we even went live. Jay is the one to watch this tournament. There's only 8 spots separating them, but there's some like 230 Global Series points. Jay is the one to watch.
And Treaders, who've you got?
Yeah, I'm going to make it 4 from 4. Scarz J all the way, baby.
Oh, I like that. Wow, the mustache has brought a newfound sense of confidence, it seems. Adding baby at the end there, Treaders. I like that. I like that one. Right, let's get into it. It is the losers bracket here in East Asia. It is the 3rd regional qualifier. Nate and Treaders, you guys take it away.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. Welcome to the unfortunately named loser bracket, of course, named thusly because these competitors have lost once to get to this stage, to get to broadcast. However, it takes 2 losses for you to be eliminated. We often see a champion rise from the loser bracket, Treaders, but I'll tell you what else we see. Absolutely nerve-tingling FIFA esports because these competitors have gotten this far. They do not want to leave the competition at this stage.
And they don't want their FIFA Global Series to end at this point. They're so close to making it all the way to the playoffs. The opportunity is presenting itself. It's almost there. They just have to win 2 or 3 more games of FIFA 21 to lock in and secure their place in the playoffs. But there is such a large task ahead of them to win those 3 games, particularly when you look at this game between J and SS, both traditionally really strong defensive players. And we saw J roll out the 5-4-1 and utilize it to brilliant effect in FIFA Global Series East Asia Qualifier #1. So if he utilizes it the same way he did back then, well, we're in for a treat for sure.
We spoke about the winner bracket before. No competitors ranked in the top 10 there. This is number 2 versus number 10. SZJ is the 2nd highest ranked competitor in East Asia. The number 1 ranked from his home nation of Japan, Operation SS, number 10 in East Asia, number 2 from Singapore. And again, if you'd enjoyed the madness, shall we say, of the winner bracket, you may see a change in tempo, but it's only because things are that more close. J7, we have seen before. Both these young lads, still in their young 20s, 21 and 22, potentially with a few good years ahead as that early strike results in a corner kick. SS, we cannot turn our nose down at him, so to speak. Number 10 in the region. Just confirming, clarifying that earlier point. 2 versus 10, and yet 264 Global Series points between the pair. It potentially, Treaders, goes to show the difference between the top few and the rest.
And indeed, it's just a emphasis of the advantage of getting those early qualifier spots and indeed getting the results early on in the qualifiers. As you see Operation SS play an optimistic through ball. Some interesting players being utilized already with Oblak and goal for Scarz J7. And so it's going to be intriguing to see the utilization of Cantona continuing for a competitor. I think I'm going to have to accept defeat on that one on my continued tirades against using that foot item. He seems to bring a different aspect of heading and indeed ability of goal scoring ability that these competitors are looking for when they're finalizing their teams.
I tell you what, I would not mind seeing Treaders and Cantona in a room together. Treaders goes up and says, I don't really rate you much in FIFA. That would be the roasting of a lifetime, particularly if you keep the moustache and hat going. Anyway, we move on from that to this crucial loser bracket, round 1, match 1. Operation SS defending, but leaving the far side a little open. Atal onto the right foot, Atal on the left. Yes, please. Jay strikes first. It is beautiful, brilliant. And that side netting is still rustling. 1-0 to the man from Japan.
And that is the most advanced use of player lock that we've seen from any competitor so far. We've seen multiple competitors utilize it to simply hold up the play, but in that situation, we saw Scarz J7 switch to the wide man and control the run totally. And from that total control of his build-up, he was able to ensure that not one pass was misdirected, and passes that normally would not come off for him, he was able to ensure that they did indeed come off. And the execution in that attack, brilliant from Scarz J7, and scoring and indeed getting that early lead.
Cancelo in the way of that pass backwards, and SS might be able to come forward. Fun to see Trent Alexander-Arnold playing at defensive mid or centre mid, where I'm sure a lot of Liverpudlians wouldn't mind seeing him play in traditional football. Let's see what he can do in FIFA esports. SZJ with the early lead through Atal. Operation SS needs to be respected, but what a task. You could maybe forgive him, Treaders, for thinking, oh, well, in the loser bracket, at least I'll have an easier caliber of opponent if I, have to go through this way, only to be drawn against SZJ. That must have been a bitter blow when the draw came out.
And the loser bracket at the moment, on average, the ranking is higher than what we saw in the winners bracket. It just goes to show that sometimes even the top absolute peak competitors in a region don't have the best performance on the day. But what we see time and time again is that the top competitors get it done when it absolutely matters. They find ways to get results, and Operation SS will be looking to get a result from this attack. He stretched the defense really well, and Neymar seeing a one-on-one for SS. Now back inside to Cantona. The heel-to-heel forces a big save from Oblak.
A better foot item would have finished that. The header saved onto the frame, but Ronaldo with the second effort. Whether it's an inform or team of the year, CR7 will leap higher than most others. SS skipping through, probably not how he'd like to score his goals, but they all count the same.
And that aerial battle continuing for all competitors across all regions. It is such an advantage if you're able to consistently create goal-scoring opportunities out of your set pieces and your corners. It presents a threat to your opponent when you are on the ball in possession, and it just keeps them on their toes, forces them to stay switched on for the entirety of the 90 minutes, rather than giving them an opportunity to take a breather and to reset at the corner. Like, so many of these competitors would love to have that opportunity, but you don't give that to them by being really good at scoring those corners.
And so it stays at 1-1 as we hit half-time. The 4-2-2 against the flat 4-4-2. Operation SS has long said it's his favorite formation, not just in FIFA 21. And TAA at left defensive mid. A point out to some. As said, Jay scoring with Atal for birthday. Atal, of course, 87 overall. A big step up from his 82 variants. Very pacey. an excellent finisher, and of course, most foot items with that 5-star combo will be looked upon favorably indeed. Cantona out there as well for SS. It is he attacking through Neymar. Tries the through ball. A crude foul. Not that there was much that could be done about it. Free kick taken quickly. Cantona just keeps spamming circle. Cannot find his way through. And SZJ on the attack. Lovely weighted through ball to that foot item. Matal sizes up the defender. Turns the defender. Cancelo. Can SS stick with him eventually? Kicking it off the defender. And here is the resultant corner kick. Switches for the in-swinger. Trying to get the separation. It goes towards the back stick, and Edison with the long arm and the long save. The variation on the corner routine. Mbappe to Atal. You get the feeling Jay likes the matchup there on the far side. Luka Modric on as well, who you will not see very often at all. Cantona to Messi. You love the variations from Jay. I always cop a lot of heat tritters when I talk about Messi not being a foot item we see a lot of. I understand the difference between football and FIFA, and we are here talking about FIFA. I'm not making a comment about that man on the football pitch. It is just simply a foot item, not often used. We do love seeing him out there. Maybe he can cause some damage with that left foot today.
That just sounds like you hate Messi, if I'm being totally honest.
So it's you behind the comments. It all makes sense now. SS. Lovely first time passing or taking one touch before getting it out of feet when it hits the final third. That's where the close control comes into the equation. TAA, ball roll pass, Kante. First time ball. The shot near post because Oblak was moved towards the far. Thankfully for Jay, he was not moved quite enough, and the shot not quite on the money. Cantona without the pace to get past the defender. Look at the dribbling. Messi heel to heel. Ball inside. Mbappe, but look who was in the way. Really, that's probably the main reason the shot doesn't find top pins. It would have hit, I believe, an offside Cantona.
I prefer not to speak, but if these competitors opt to use the items that they are more comfortable with, sometimes there's a little bit of a trade-off to be made. We saw Cantona twice in that possession not allow the attack to come to full fruition, first by not being quick enough to exploit the space in behind, and then second by not really too much fault of his own, just the final run not being good enough. But when you get into those good areas, sometimes funny things tend to happen, and how wouldn't have been too amusing if you're on the receiving end of that. But thankfully for everybody involved, that goes out for a corner.
Robin brought on as well when that foot item was released. Many celebrated, many cowered in fear. But in the weeks and months since, it's fair to say other foot items have been favoured, particularly as a super sub role. Maybe Robin will get the opportunity. Oblak with another crucial save. Cantona, though, still has a cutback and goal. SS through that inform CR7, set up by Cantona. And coming back from 1-0 down, SS has his lead.
And the physicality involved from Cantona to hold off the challenge. It's the risk you run when you utilize the fullback dominant backline is that if your opponent has a strong, aggressive attacker, they will body you off. They will shield that ball incredibly well. And now Robin given the opportunity to run onto that ball by SS. Not fully executing those through passes, looking to be nice and aggressive, preferring that open game from what we've seen so far is SS. He likes to find space out wide, but from SZJ, you'll see him utilize that close dribbling nearly as well as anyone across the world.
And another who is known to take his free kicks directly with the man brought back. Will that change his mind? It does, seemingly. Create a little bit of doubt. Or Messi goes for goal, keeps them guessing. Does SZJ. Ultimately, it was saved comfortably by Edison. Team of the Year Messi, 98 overall. Well, there's a lot to like about that foot item. The 4-star combo. And I want to say 77, 78 strength. It fails me right now, and I can't find where I wrote it down. Somewhere around that just means that Messi is not preferred when you take into account how much that foot item costs in coinage to other players that can at least get the job done, maybe even better, as I know that sounds like sacrilege, but respect. Modric, heel to heel, pass goes astray. SS, can he get a third goal here? The first leg of the loser bracket round one, match one. Here's Robin. You know what foot you want it on, because if it's the right, Oblak does not have to move. Final few seconds. I wouldn't be trying that there from Jay. Turnover. TAA slides in. Ronaldo says, I don't care. Pass inside. Robin is offside. And another seemingly crazy game here in East Asia. It is brilliant and exciting to watch. It is unpredictable. And maybe that's the word we'll settle on, Treaders, to surmise the events of that first leg. Unpredictable play and unpredictable foot items being used.
Yeah, and I think my favorite of them all is to see Modric out in the center of the park. Not sure which version it is, but whatever version it is, we're just happy to see him getting involved. And J7, he's being so unpredictable in both the way he goes about creating his attacks and in the way that he eventually executes them, as we see a lot of fruition coming for Operation SS from the corners. It just feels like J7 team just is not tall enough to survive, not tall enough, not strong enough to survive the attacks. But the overall build-up from J7 is something I'd like to draw attention to, just because of the amount of player lock he uses. And I want to highlight just the difficulty of what he's doing. It looks so incredibly easy for us and from the spectators' point of view. But the fact is, because it just looks like an icon darting around the screen. But in reality, he's thinking so far ahead, and he's keeping an eye on what his opponent is doing defensively. So if the defense is getting too close to the current ball carrier, he's either passing that away or switching back to the player on the ball to get around the defender. There's so many different layers that have been built upon from J7, and I think this is acting as, I guess, him utilizing that skill to the highest level against the highest level, highest caliber of competitor, to see if he can prepare himself as best as he can ahead of the playoffs.
I tell you what, if we hit playoffs or anywhere near that time, and he's using the exact same team, I'll be a little bewildered. It's not a bad opportunity. In fact, it's quite the luxury to be where he's at, so far ahead with all of the points that he has obtained. Maybe, Treaders, he can afford to use some of these different foot items we don't often see.
And there's some form of, I guess, magic that comes along with utilizing the foot items that you prefer. You just see that favorite player of yours scoring a goal. I know when you've done teams with Australian A-League teams or Norwich teams or any sort of favorite player team. And for myself personally, it just feels that little bit better when you see yourself score an absolute worldie with one of your favorite players or hit an incredible pass with a player who you're like, yep, I can imagine him doing that in real life. It just feels that little bit more rewarding, which I think, besides the fact that he might be wanting to save coins to use for his weekend league teams, maybe it's some type of streaming thing he's trying to do, a streaming plan utilizing different teams, and he needs to save coins for that. But for what we get to see and for what the experience for the viewer is, it's an absolute joy to watch him utilize different foot items and utilize them to an incredibly high level.
Credit to anyone that can do that during weekend league, during qualifiers, or here in the final 8. If you are just joining us, we have switched down to the loser bracket. Operation SS is doing bits. But then admittedly, against a team we're just a little surprised we're seeing at this stage with a competitor who is class all the way. I'll back up what you say, Treaders. A goal scored by Teemu Pukki is worth about 20 for any of my better foot items. You said, who was it, Modric earlier, that maybe we're not so used to seeing as well. Foot birthday Modric. If it's any other variation, then I'm even more surprised again. Do you think that anything changes for him in this second leg, particularly player-wise, considering the task ahead?
I think he just sticks with the team he's got at hand. I think from the kickoff, we saw him sub off or immediately kick the ball out of play because he has Kulusevski starting at centre-back. And so he makes those initial substitutions so that he's able to make those adjustments early on.
Leg 2 here in the loser bracket, round 1, match 1. Once again, you can only assume with changes wanting to be made. See Kulusevski, probably not the centre-back we're looking for. He'll change things up. Kleiber in. And we look ahead to what we can only expect shall be a captivating leg 2. Ramos on, De Jong, Messi. It's anything but stale. Cantona tackled well by Theo. SS defending. We've talked about the goals, you saw the highlights. But with the unpredictability of Jay's attack, SS defense has been fantastic.
And when your opponent attacks so unpredictably, your shape overall becomes so crucial in holding off the attack. If you lunge in too early, if you lunge in too late, or you break your shape at any point, you'll find yourself a goal behind, and SS has done a magnificent job at holding Jay at bay.
I like that from you, Treaders. Messi, wide right to Mbappe, who has James to beat, and that's no easy task. Heads back towards support and safety. De Jong to Mbappe. Jay looking for his equaliser. Modric, Atal. Lovely from De Jong. Messi player lock. Draws in 2 defenders. It creates the space. Mbappe was one-on-one. He's still going, Jay. Mbappe left foot. Conte anywhere will do. And SS again with players in the right spots at just the right time.
And sometimes, as a competitor, that can be the most frustrating form of defense, to come up against a competitor who's making all those last-ditch challenges at the absolute perfect time. Can be so much more frustrating than someone that is overwhelming you on up the other end of the field with an aggressive press. And so Jay will need to ensure that on the mental side of things, he keeps himself in check to ensure that he keeps varying his attack, stays unpredictable, and eventually he'll find his rewards, because there's only so long that SS will be able to hold out, and particularly if he doesn't extend this advantage.
Zambia inside to Messi, whose first touch is good. However, that ball not on. Maybe treaders, a symptom of the camera choice. We talked about it last week in West Asia, here in East Asia. Again, it's all good and well to do things differently if they work, but there is generally a reason for the more accepted foot item choices, and indeed, camera choice is Cantona. Can't get past Ramos. Jay will go on the attack.
Traditionally, we see the co-op camera used. It just provides a more full view of the pitch, and particularly in FIFA 21, as we see Jay with a 5-on-4 counter-attack opportunity. Not quite executed in that occasion, but traditionally, instead of the tele camera that we're currently seeing from, because it allows you to see that full view of the pitch. And particularly if you look right now, you have to stare down at the mini-map to even see that you have an option up top. And so only now does Operation SS fully grasp that he has a player out wide. And when he goes to the center of the pitch, he's always just missing that option of passing out wide or playing a little bit quicker. But if you're more of a close control favoring player who loves their one-on-ones, and the tele camera is for you, but for most other competitors who are better at their passing play and moving their opposition around through those passes, you'll see the co-op camera being favored so much more. And then you go on the defensive end, you simply cannot see nearly enough of the pitch to cover every single passing lane, passing angle. However, if you cover the passing angles and lanes that you can see and are able to maintain that good shape in the tele camera, it means that your narrow defense will withstand so many of the attacks. But there are trade-offs with every decision you make in FIFA 21, and foot items, cameras all come to be a part of it, and formations in that case, in that situation as well.
Jay will come again. Messi deployed on the right-hand side, utilized for his build-up rather than the finishing. Modric to Mbappe. Really good tackle again. But Jay, out of frustration or necessity, decides to press. He does win the ball back, but then the breakdown of the attack close to halftime here in leg 2. Cantona sets off in a run. Not the through ball the SS would have preferred. However, it is he who still has the lead. The second best competitor in Singapore putting up his hand to at least be talked about for that top spot. 45 in-game minutes away from securing his spot into Championship Sunday and sending the second highest ranked competitor in East Asia home on day 1.
And this result would be incredibly important for Operation SS, because it would just get him that little bit higher in the overall rankings. And this goal, if he's able to score it, would all but secure his spot in the next round. The corner whipped in, and J7 hanging on, defending resolutely. But Cantona, time and time again, the man tasked with the hold-up play, and players making their run off him. But unfortunately for both competitors at the moment, they're seeing just a few limitations in their attacks. Not saying it's entirely the fault of one foot item, but for mine, you need foot items that can do pretty much everything. But time and time again, the commentator's curse proves true. Cantona winning the ball back high up, cutting it back. And Mbappe finishing it off for SZJ7. SZJ7 putting in all the hard work. And Mbappe's left foot getting the job done.
This story has a few more twists. SZJ has managed to find a way back. It has felt like SS, maybe it was inevitable that the third goal would eventually be scored. If it's going to come, it's not before SZJ has done the damage, and a rather impractical challenge. Thankfully, in FIFA 21, you don't even get a yellow. The 4-2-2 still used, but SZJ with that switch to the 4-1-2-1-2. How many 2-1-2s have I got in there? 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. Has worked very well. We know it has a lack of width, Treaders, but if you utilize the fullbacks, it makes up for what you lose. How will it fare defensively against SS in that aforementioned 4-2-2?
And you see two formations that traditionally would be used to counter each other out. The 4-2-2, a really good answer to the narrow 4-1-2-1-2, just because it allows you to attack that fullback when he gets, who is so crucial to your build-up. It allows you to attack that fullback directly through those wider cams, and it also enables you to retain possession quite well if you have to, because those players are both wider, but they also sit in quite a dangerous spot, as we're seeing Cantona going on a run of his own yet again, flicks it up for Messi, holds it up, does Messi, and then Mbappe doesn't even strike it. And SZJ7 is left to rue what could have been if he presses circle instead of X. An unfortunate mistake in the heat of battle from him, and one that hopefully for his sake he won't be ruining too much. And another bridge, another directional nutmeg from Cantona draws a blindsiding challenge from SZJ7. The layoff, the green time shot, and SZJ7 survives yet again.
What are we seeing in East Asia at both ends of the pitch? You can simply label them as mistakes, or we can go a bit more advanced on some occasions. Maybe they're good professional fouls if you like the sliding challenges at the back. But Mbappe with a goal at his mercy, and SZJ, we can only assume, has simply pressed the wrong button. There was no player to pass to, about 3 defenders in the way. We are absolutely shook, but this is extremely telling of the pressure these competitors are under. The third and final qualifier in the loser bracket. You cannot afford to exit if you're SS particularly. While you're just hanging on, how big could that be for his playoff hopes? It stays against all the odds at 2 goals apiece, and SS can take his time with SZJ deciding to, or learning from, the slide challenges earlier. He's now jockeying and taking his precious time. SS in response doesn't want to pass where he doesn't need to. Eventually does feel the need. Cantona, get up, lad. The tackle is clean. And maybe SZJ will get another opportunity here in the final 10 minutes of leg 2. Pass inside to Messi. Mbappe, right foot surely this time. Mbappe, he waits until the second defender can cover. And SS survives again. Modric to Messi. SZJ continues to get chances. Will he reach out and take one? Defender baited in. Atal. Edison is there. At the near post. Messi is currently on the corner. And I tell you what, not a bad time to take a pause.
Just chaotic, that whole sequence of play. I'm still getting over J7 just being so indecisive when he gets in the final third, particularly with Mbappe of all players. I think we have to take into account the distance between the two competitors, between Singapore and Japan, but that only plays so much of a factor. It's quite absurd to watch, almost comical to watch at times. But Jay has an opportunity to make the mistakes right.
Despite the missed chances, it's still 2-2. What's he got from the corner routine? Towards that back post. Trent is there. Sliding challenge. Varane is high up there. Why not keep going with Varane? That's why. However, back off him. And the absurdity continues. Don't get me wrong. We're well aware of the high stakes. Well aware. Treaders and I are nowhere near reaching this level, and yet you have to call it like you see it. This is something else. James, why not go on a run? Player inside. Can SS, with every single player currently in the defensive third, find a way through? Or are we headed to extra time? A towel cut out. SJ has to go forward. Shaw will throw that header into the mix. Theo cuts it out, but only for a moment. Modric is there. Neres takes the touch. I'm going to need a stiff soft drink or some type of beverage after this one. It has been something else entirely. The good news is the SZJ7, for the nation of Japan, your number one competitor, is still up and running. He has come back. He has turned around the 2-1 deficit and indeed has dominated most of leg 2. The bad news is what we've seen in the final third. We head into extra time.
And for SZJ7, we came to know him in qualifier number 1 because of how high quality his defending was, and he hasn't gone away from that. His timing of the offside trap so far has been absolutely impeccable, and if it wasn't for his own indecisiveness in the final third, he would have been 2 or 3 goals up at this point. But the score remains level. He now moves that ball quicker, and Cantona bullies his way through, and Edison forced to make a save, and SZJ7 getting a bit trigger happy on those slide tackles at times. Just trying to keep the pressure on the ball carrier at all times. And now Operation SS passes to the offside man. And SZJ7 attempting to restore normal proceedings once again. Him in possession of the ball.
Wendell has been brought on. Cantona, who had that last opportunity for SZJ. Mbappe, but Kante's there to intercept. Lozano is on. Cantona, look at the runners forward. Ian Robin on his favoured left foot. Will be forced back inside. TAA almost loses it after the heel to heel, but it's all good. SS. You know where he's going when it's Robin, or at least what he'd like to do. Will he be allowed? Because the defender is the AI. Modric was being controlled, but either not confident or unable to break down the AI. SS eventually turned it over before SNJ does the very same. TAA. Looking ahead, the last attack of the first period of extra time. We have been to the window, to the wall, but we will go to the second period of extra time, yet to determine the winner of the loser bracket round 1, match 1. Treaders, what do you foresee being the big moment, the way through for one of these competitors to break open?
I think J7, his defense has been absolutely spot on. And I think he'll find an opportunity will eventually present itself on the counterattack. So he just needs to stay patient, trust that he will eventually get that ball, trust that he has what it takes to stay solid defensively. But if he doesn't, if he makes that mistake, well, Operation SS will be sure to capitalize.
Utilizing the 1-2 and Robin. Again, met by the AI defender. You can, if you're new, determine who SZJ is controlling by that marker above the defender. He's happy to let the AI do the fair share of the defensive work here. Switching to Ramos. Players hit the ground. He gets up first. But the shot lacking power under the heavy contact. You have seen it all here in round 1, match 1 of the loser bracket. We wait to qualifier 3 to get the most entertainment, dare I say, if nothing else, of a FIFA esports contest. Penalties looming. Neres is coming back from an offside position. I will say and give very due credit that the competitors have kept their heads a lot better than Treaders and I have. The absolute madness. And again, it is entertaining and we love it. We'd prefer this over a 0-0 low block defensive effort from both competitors. We got slide tackles, we got a press, we got through ball spam, players colliding, goalkeepers making incredible saves. And SZJ at the end of it all with a chance to go through to the next round. Mbappe, he has a man running through, he doesn't need him. SZJ, he stands up and says, "Are you not entertained?" The last minute winner. Mbappe with the strike as pure as snow. And SZJ will go through to round 2. My, oh my, oh my, SS must have surely thought, like we were all thinking, Treaders, it's time for penalties. Right, who's my first taker? Who's going to take the 5th? Which way am I going to go? Next minute, SZJ with some lovely dribbling and then eventually sticking with Mbappe for that final shot, and he did not miss.
Just simply brilliant final composure from J7, the patience in defense to finally seize the opportunity that eventually did come. And when he was decisive in that final third, as we've been pleading for from him for the entirety of that two-legged game, well, he got the rewards that he deserved.
Very much so, SS. Unfortunately, his tournament is over. We look forward, hopefully, to seeing what he can do around playoffs time, being on the fringes. For SZJ, you don't need to worry about most of that contest. It was a moment of quality at the end that sees him deservedly through to try and review. To make sense of any of that, we'll go back now to Kyle and Mike.
It is wow, more late drama here in East Asia. Mike LaBelle, another late winner. This is what we want. This is what makes it so exciting.
I'm with it. I got no complaints. I also prefer to see a winner versus penalty kicks. Sometimes I'm feeling it from maybe a neutral perspective, but I like when players get after it, they go for it, and someone gets rewarded, whether it's a beautiful moment or it ends up even being sometimes just going for it and being more aggressive, more decisive, and reaping those rewards. As you see that La Croqueta kind of bounces his way through into the back of the net. We're seeing a lot more with these direct corner kicks. It's become a thing after the most recent patch where we're seeing corners being converted and also direct goal scoring opportunities, especially with aerial pursuit, as you see the second corner kick kind of converted off a rebound.
It is a new element that we are seeing, as you said, from that patch right there. Mike, I know you like to put so much content out. Have you covered defending these corners? Because it's all well and good talking about attacking from them, but how do you defend against those corners?
Well, it's relatively new as well. When we're looking at these corner kicks, we're talking about what feels like a couple weeks where they've been really effective. Just great build up. Their final third work, extremely patient. You see what it means to him. Celebrate it, young man. But prior to this, corner kicks were a completely different method to defending. I try to do a lot with the goalkeeper movement and then matchups. So your opposition's probably going to look for the likes of their tallest, biggest, most physical player, the specimen. If they got a Cristiano Ronaldo, that's where it's going. Or if you have maybe one of the big center backs, same thing. So you want to make sure you put bodies around them, and if the goalkeeper can take anything away, that's always helpful. I always feel that's a better situation if the goalkeeper's going for it and he knocks it on. Even though it might cause a reset, at least I know I'm not conceding directly.
You need players that are as tall as me in the box. I'm 6'3". I like to always chuck it out there every single tournament. So, you know, you need me to defend it, Mike. With you, I'm not too sure. Would you be able to defend it, do you think?
I don't know. Even though you're taller than me, I think I got a better body type if it comes into a physical altercation. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if it was a little shoulder to shoulder action.
Right, the gyms have been shut until this week. All right, so give me a bit of time. All right, give me a bit of time with that one right there. I mean, Scarz J does go through. It is the losers bracket, so we do say goodbye to Operation East. So then 5 goals were scored. It wasn't plenty of goals, but going into round 2 tomorrow, Scarz J, he's got a game now against Zeus Hugging. What has Scarz got to do to keep on with this momentum?
Well, big shout out to Jay and his team selection. He's got some very unique players. It's going to be important for him to do the same old. I know that sounds a little bit as a not too much of depth from an analyst point of perspective, but you've got to be yourself. Express yourself. Make sure you play with confidence. Take your opportunities. We see a lot of the creative footwork. So much comes down to mentality. The reality is, when you get to this level, everyone is very similar in terms of ability. So then it comes down to who's mentally tougher and who handles really big scenarios, both defensively and offensively better. Who's able to not rush, to still be patient. You get the idea.
Yes, indeed, I do. We've got one more matchup, though, for all of you to feast your eyes on. Yes, it is the 5th and final one of the day. We stick right here in the losers bracket. Round number 1, Amran taking on Sacked. Do not go anywhere. That is coming up very, very shortly for you. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back to close the day out here in East Asia. It's the 3rd and final regional qualifier. We'll see you after this break.
こんにちは、ブルーナイテッド EFC のサクトです。
はい、では質問があります。ベテランのプロ FIFA 選手としてどのように競争力を維持してきましたか？
そうですね、もちろん若い人に比べたら反射神経やそのフィジカル面、体力面に関しては、だんだん劣ってきてるっていうのは実感していますけど、今までの大会や試合を通して培ってきた経験やそのメンタル面に関しては、若い人のにはないところではあり、ベテランの最大の持ち味ではあると思うんで、そういったところで、今までこれからちょっと戦ってきているっていうところはあります。FIFA シリーズ自体のそのグローバルシーズンの経験を通して、感じてきたことは、まだまだ僕自身のこの年齢でも、他の e スポーツジャンル FPS だったり、そういったところに比べればまだまだ全然僕の年齢でも活躍できるのではないかなと思ってますし、近年 e スポーツ自体もだんだん選手の寿命が伸びてきてるっていうのを僕自身感じているので、なんだろうな、ベテランっていうよりかは僕はチャレンジャーの気持ちでやってるところはあります。通して一人でも多くの人がベテランを変えてくれたりしてくれるとは思うので、そういったところをモチベーションにやってきてるところはあります。この活躍を通してこの舞台の魅力だったりっていうのを感じてもらったりして、でまたその若い今の e スポーツプレイヤーに対していい刺激になればなって思ってますし、まだまだ日本やアジアではこの e スポーツ文化っていうのは発展できるところにはあると思うので、この大会を通してそういったところの力添えになればなと思ってます。ありがとうございました。
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 3 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. My name's Kyle Walker and we're going into our fifth and final match here on day one in East Asia. Is the third regional qualifier. We're deep into the losers bracket and Mike LaBelle, where he's been breaking down all of the action for us throughout the day. There's been drama, there's been tension, there's been late winners as well. Mike, what more could you want?
I mean, I guess at this point, I don't know if I want to put it out there, but I'll take some penalty kicks. I suppose I'll take some penalty kicks. We haven't seen them today. We've had a couple close calls, but the games have been tight. It's been all about those very small margins, small windows, opportunities, dreams being made or hope being created, and then also maybe some nightmares for some of the fellas that are going to sit with the ball that didn't bounce the right way or weren't able to close out a game, and their playoff dream is also, of course, on their way out.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself right there. Was it hopes being made, dreams being made, hopes being created? I mean, I like that. You're a man who knows how to paint a picture with his words right there, Mike LaBelle. Now, let's talk a little bit about these two competitors going head-to-head. Amran taking on Sact. We did just hear from Sact before at the end of that break right there. He's a man who we've seen at these events before. We know what he's capable of, but he finds himself in the losers bracket, Mike.
And he's still extremely motivated. It's wild that his focus was kind of about age. This guy was born in 92, so you're later 20s. And the big focus is, well, how much longer can you go? And I like that he had to say that he wants to be a challenger, not a veteran. And often when somebody says veteran, that's how you describe me sometimes, Kyle, it means that you're past your heyday, or you're past the best time of yourself in competition. That's why you want to be a challenger, or you want to be a competitor, or you want to be a favorite. Sac's been around the community a long time, and he's definitely made a push for it in this region, and specifically this year. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to get the job done in a final just yet, but he reached the finals. He's done that. So it's a matter of he just get over the hump, and he's going to have to do it the hard way this time around, making a run through the losers bracket.
He has got to do it the hard way. One man that'll be hoping to make it extremely hard for him. It's his competitor that he's going up against in this matchup, Amran. Now, Mike LaBelle, when we're talking about Amran, we're going to see some details all about him right now. I mean, he's in Singapore. We've seen him at events before. His favourite club, Liverpool, first FIFA title, FIFA 14. But the favourite formation, 4-2-3-1. We've seen some interesting formation choices today, haven't we?
Well, I was going to say, regardless what your favorite formation is, players are going to use what works, what that meta looks like. And we've often not seen a correlation between favorite formation and what's used in their competitive matches. And it's kind of all about trying to adjust to your opponent, trying to really throw off some of the movement and the pace of the game as best as possible. We see a lot of 5 at the backs. We've seen a lot of 4-4-2s or 4-2-2s. 2 attackers this year with through balls being so overpowered really helps your gameplay. So we've seen a lot less 4-2-3-1 in general in FIFA 21 compared to previous iterations.
Let's bring in Nate and Treaders into this conversation. We are talking all about formations right now. Nate, what's your favourite formation currently?
I can't believe I still like the 5 at the back. It's so pathetic. I'm well aware. But that 5-3-2, you have to respect it, Kyle.
No, you don't have to respect it. No, you don't.
I thought you might be on my side
That's what
here,
you're going
Mike.
into
We
your
got
weekend.
2
You're a casual
competitors
player,
playing.
Nate. You just giving us 5 at the back as your mainstay. You're not even playing for any
We got
money or
2
any
competitors.
opportunity or partnerships.
In their late 20s. I thought the old guard would unite here. Clearly not. Back in my day, if we want to use that line, the 5-3-2, it had a little something to it. You get the wing backs pushing on, all right? If you use it a 4-2 something, you still got 4 players back. I'm not having it. Embrace the 5 at the back.
All right, okay, I'm going to take control. I'm not going to add any more fuel to the fire right there. Just had a little seasoning just into the mix right now. So let's talk about predictions for this match. Amran taking on Sax. Treaders, I'm going to start with you on this one. Who have you got?
I've backed the favorite on every single occasion, and I'm not going to change that up. I think Sact will have what it takes to get the job done. His traditional possession style of play. Whether he gets the job done at a later date, I'm not so sure. We're yet to see him have that finishing class, but maybe this tournament is his time.
Nate, who have you got?
I think I'll go Amran, just because he's currently outside those playoff spots. I think this one might just mean a little bit more to him.
Oh, let's see what happens. Mike LaBelle, who have you got for the prediction?
We've grown accustomed to seeing Sacked in the semis or in the finals, and I don't think he's going to go out before he at least reaches that point, so I've got Sacked.
Oh, I agree with you. Sacked is going to go all the way. Well, he's definitely going through this one. That is my thoughts on it. Nate, Treaders, let's kick the last matchup of the day off. It's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. We like disagreements in FIFA esports. Why isn't there, Treaders, like a weekly show or something? Get Mike LaBelle in one corner, Nate Patrick in the other. We just yell at each other. I see that on cable TV all the time. Let's do it in FIFA esports. You're joining us. We switch our attention firmly back to the 2 competitors here for our last game of the day. Amran, a veteran of the scene, certainly in one sense, but you compare that to Sacked, Treaders. He has been there. He's got a TIFO made of himself. He is a veteran in every sense of the word.
And he's also the winner of the E-Club World Cup, so he's got so many just titles essentially to his name, so many just things behind him that we're just yet to see his final formation in the solo edition of the competitions. And then you go over to Amran, who has experienced success in the past in FIFA Online titles, but not nearly as much success in the console editions of FIFA. So the overall possession style of play will be similar, but the result will undoubtedly be different.
We hope you're watching on as passionate about FIFA esports as we are. If you're not, strap yourselves in. Maybe you'll see something that you like here in the loser bracket round 1, match 2. Again, 2 very highly ranked competitors. Amran 11 here in East Asia, stacked all the way up at number 4. They are 2 gentlemen, both getting on in years. When you look at their main competition in this esport that sacked early on, will need some support. Vieira and Renato, the two holding midfielders. Pele up top. We're yet to see today. We've seen, of course, plenty of times Shredders in West Asia, Oceania, and beyond. But he could well be a foot item to watch in our last game of today.
Yeah, absolutely. We just see time and time again competitors utilizing different foot items that either they're comfortable with or just the traditional meta foot items. Intriguingly, that Vieira, probably a mainstay of FIFA's past, but barely utilized by any competitor at the highest level. Obviously, DW Dillon being the main one in Oceania, but across the scene, Vieira not getting too much love, maybe a little bit too clunky, doesn't provide enough going forward for a number of competitors, and yet when he is utilized well, he is an absolute brick wall, a center back playing in midfield, as we see Neymar breaking the ankles of the defender on rushing out to him with a La Croqueta cancel. Sacked looking incredibly composed to start things out. His possession play has been clean. His defending has been just as clean as that. And his dribbling, well, it will take a little bit to get warmed up to get to absolute prime levels. But the early signs are very promising for Sacked as Tavernier goes tumbling down in pursuit of the ball.
I don't know, Treaders. We'll just keep pushing forward, as does Amran. Jones, a lovely driven ball out to the left back, and Rashford, the 1-2 was on Mbappe with his back to goal, off balance, and that's why the pass does not find its way through. Little stats like that, balance, composure, and so on. Crucial elements of a foot item if you're looking to better your weekend league team. There's always a surplus of people doing their squad reviews. That's a little hint from myself. James in the way. It rebounds back to Ronaldo, who misses the target altogether. Sacked probably doing the right thing in that situation, laughing it off and then starting to concentrate once more. Amran, near side, goes inside. Mane, who we've not seen a lot of. To Neymar. Mbappe, one-on-one versus the defender. Really good challenge from Sacked. This loser bracket is absolutely stacked. Such high-ranked competitors. And they have given us plenty of moments to get excited about as this pair battle it out to decide who moves through to Championship Sunday. Mendy on the right foot to Vieira. Ball inside a Tal 1-2. Very wide attacking setup. This from Sacked. Pele. Just awful. Zinchenko. And Amran can hold a little of possession for his own. Utilizing the fullbacks when he gets the opportunity. Maybe something for Sack to have a think about. Will there be space in behind? It's happened twice today. Goals coming about directly from the space in behind where a fullback once was. The fullback bombed on in attack, lost the ball. Next minute, the other end. You have yourself a goal-scoring opportunity. And Sacked has just been there throughout all, certainly, of modern FIFA esports. He was there a bit before we had our FIFA Global Series. Can he utilize all of that experience coming up against this very decorated competitor. Zivchenko. If you have a look, a cursory glance at that mini-map, you'll see just the two centre-backs back. It means if Sacked can move the ball forward quickly, he'll get chances. Though we said it before, Treaders, I guess it's worth saying again. In the loser bracket, things are generally a bit more cautious.
And I think through all these events, Nate, that we've commentated, well, we see situations where caution is just held on to for too long. We're practically screaming at the competitors to move that ball just that little bit quicker. They're getting no joy going forward. I think Sacked is a competitor who can make adjustments on the fly. You see, from Sacked, 100% pass accuracy. That is an absurdly high number considering the caliber of opponent he's up against.
We have seen some absurd things today, but loving every minute of it. You cannot look away. Who knows what will happen next? Sacked using the midfielders in the build-up, Renato and Vieira. But Amran, in reply, will be just as calm here. A little bit of ambition, the ball over the top. The player was coming back to help out from midfield. It was Mane. Maybe just seen that little bit too late. Make no mistake, these competitors are the best of the best. They are playing in such perilous conditions with so much on the line. While we may point out the mistakes made, they are, of course, so understandable. This is their profession for many of these competitors, their full-time profession. The bounce of the ball, while comical on the surface, does have repercussions. And so we play on. Amran through ball, Mendy in the way. Schmeichel again preferred for Sacked. The goalkeepers, the least talked about foot items out there, Treaders. But we've certainly seen Schmeichel come up clutch today.
And indeed across previous tournaments as well, as we see Sacked having an adventure down the left-hand side with Neymar, but only able to turn that ball over. In contrast to his teammate Blue United Agu, his close control isn't to the absolute elite level, but it's still pretty incredible as we're seeing some absolutely comical sliding challenges in both frustration and indeed to keep the pressure on the player in possession of the ball. Advantage played by the referee. Amran looking to play that ball in behind, Sacked with the pause, chewed for the past 10 in-game minutes or so now. But this is what Sacked can be so dangerous at, is moving that ball from left to right quickly. And I'd imagine that through ball was intended for the diagonal run that his CR7 had indeed made. But the 4-2-3-1 from Amran is matching up quite well against Sack's possession play at the moment.
Zivchenko considerably offside. Just to answer a question from the chat, it's wonderful to have FIFA esports viewers tuning in, young and old, experienced or newcomers. The pause cannot take place until there is a stoppage. That is a foul or the ball goes out of play or a goal or something like that. Otherwise, you could simply pause and halt your opponent's progress, which would make me certainly very unhappy should that have occurred. Maybe coming from playing kickoff games or the like, where that certainly is something you can do. Maybe you do that against your friends. Here at the top level, it's not encouraged or allowed in any way. Save your changes until we have a break. Still 0-0. the first leg of 2 in the loser bracket, round 1, match 2. Mendy coming forward for Amran. Rashford turning into trouble, but gets it back, and then with the strength to retain possession, Rashford lunging out the left foot pass. Incompleted. But Amran again, Neymar hits the turf. El Shaarawy's out there for sacked. Another one of those foot items that seemingly had its moment in the sun, that makes a return.
Oh.
Yeah, another player on the floor. Can we get a little counter at the top? Vieira. Thankfully, Pele's back up and running now. Here he is, Pele for sacked. There's a player run through. El Shaarawy just keeps it in play. Very nicely done. Yep, we'll leave that for Ronaldo. Neres. Stacked. Back and across we go. Alfonso's out there. Pele tackled well. And Amran doing very well indeed to keep his head and keep the scoreline at 0-0.
Oh, poor Pele. He got absolutely demolished by some form of off-ball contact just before. But the build-up play from Sacked is what's been so impressive time and time again throughout. Watching both him in the FIFA Global Series and in the E-Club World Cup. One of the best possession players going around the world at the moment. He has his overall game plan that he wants to stick to, and through virtually every condition, he will stick to it. It's his process, and he trusts that his process will get him the results. He refuses to be sped up or, well, he's happy to slow the game down, but he wants to dictate control, and a classic example is taking place right now as he's looking to get that final opportunity, and eventually the persistence from Sacked pays off as he seizes the advantage heading into the second leg.
We might not get too many, so you may as well celebrate them, the turn and finish. Sometimes it's the most simple things that can win you games, regardless of the level that you're playing at. Sacked breaks this game open. And Amran, with Team Flash backing him, have a little bit of work to do in between the legs. Sacked is still coming forward. Vieira does mean that things will end. Sacked with a little bit of applause for himself, and well should he. Of course, mentioned earlier that he's in a TIFO within FIFA 21. Team Blue Treaders with a lot of success in the FIFA franchise, particularly of recent times. And while that support is crucial, particularly at this end of his career, Sacked will be focused on some personal glory before he does indeed call time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way he's going to be going about that personal glory has been laid out throughout the years for all to see. Just patient build-up play time and time again, waiting for his opponent to make a mistake. And the sole goal to speak of just comes from lack of player switching at the right time, the scoop turn, keeping things unpredictable from Sacked, and Amran essentially rocked to sleep by the back and forth passing between the two defensive mids. When you're playing in the 4-2-3-1 as a defender, you need to ensure that you drag back that central attacking midfielder to form a part of your defense, because otherwise those two defensive mids have so much time on the ball, and particularly when your opponent is matched up either in a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-4-2, if they have that patience that Sack does indeed have, it can be a nightmare to defend against if you don't drag that central attacking midfielder back to split that pass away and force him into wider positions. Against a 4-2-3-1, the last place you want your opponent to be is in the center of the park, because they can look for that central attacking midfielder or one of the strikers, even in the 4-4-2. Just in general, you want to keep your opponent in those wider areas where the threat is so much less. Compared to in the middle of the park.
You mentioned earlier as well, through those passing patterns and ball retention, maybe Amran was just getting a little sleepy, lacking a little bit of concentration. You notice there, of course, with the turn and the finish, there were plenty of defenders inside. Had Ronaldo have gone on the left foot towards the middle of the goal, no doubt a defender would have gotten in the way. You have the keeper back in the equation there too. Is it simply just a mental switch off at that stage?
I think it's also a lack of player switch causing that opportunity to arise. We saw him panicking about tracking the run on the further side, but the threat was present and he didn't react in time. Sacked, able to react in time, and it's the story of a lot of Sack's games. He will essentially rock you to sleep with his possession a little bit, and then eventually, bang, in a moment or two, you can be a goal down or 2 goals down. If you sit back against Sacked, allow him to dictate the tempo, allow to take total control of the game, he's an incredibly gritty opponent to try and fight your way back against.
I'm sure you watching along, regardless of what level of FIFA you've played at, know what we're talking about. It doesn't just happen at the top end in Weekend League. You've always got that one mate as well who just holds possession seemingly is never going to go forward. So you feel yourself getting frustrated. You start slide tackling, doing things you wouldn't normally do. And then, of course, they find the gap, score the goal, and you feel doubly as mad. I don't know if you watching along can relate to that as I have, and indeed, at the top level of FIFA esports, Shredders, we've said it again and again. It's not just played on the PS4, it is played in the mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly at this level, as you previously mentioned, it just takes that additional toll. The expectations you have on yourself, the expectations your nation may have on you if you're representing the expectations your organization has on you. And if we're adding it in for good measure, the expectations your fans, the commentary team even. There's a lot of expectations and pressure being applied on these competitors. And that's what makes, when they do succeed, so special.
Most, if not all, of these competitors are superstars in this side of the world. It is FIFA esports that gets the highlights, yes, even over football itself. Go and get around this pair and indeed support those from your country, club, or those maybe whose FIFA style you just relate to. A towel off the post, Ronaldo with the rebound. Amran can barely believe it. It's stacked. It's his second, nice and early here in leg 2.
Brilliant attack from Sacked yet again. Getting his isolation happening exactly the way he wanted it. The shot from Atal, aiming for that far post. Anything can happen when you get that close to the goal. And indeed, when you allow your opponent to get that close to the goal, you're simply asking for trouble. You need to intercept those attacks before they get to that point, before the damage can be done. And unfortunately for Amran, that early goal, that late goal in the first leg, followed up by an early goal in this leg. If we take those 10 minutes out, this game just feels totally different, obviously because of the goals, but also in the way that Amran has defended. He's gone from playing a little bit more aggressively, being in control in the space of 10 minutes, to having Sacked playing at his absolute best, and he's allowing him to totally dictate terms now. And Sacked flying out to a 3-goal advantage early in the second leg. Amran, after defending so astutely in the first leg, in the space of 10 minutes, is in deep trouble.
CR7 completes his hat-trick over the 2 legs. The good news for Amran is that there's plenty of time remaining. And we do often say in FIFA esports, in FIFA 21 specifically, you can come back from 3 goals down. 4 goals always seems that little bit too far. Indeed, even on the very, very rare occasions in a FIFA 21 qualifier, a competitor has come back from 4 goals down. They have not gone on to win the contest. Amran does not yet need to think about it, but the moment might be nearer than you think. Neymar, really good challenge from Amran to keep it at 3-0 as the aggregate scoreline. And maybe can think about an attack of his own. James getting quite far forward. Ronaldo past the defender initially. Mbappe, player unmade. The slowest roulette you've ever seen, but he's still going. Sliding challenge. Ronaldo. Vieira again. How many times will a player fall over these 2 legs? Lovely through ball. Atal, a player in the middle. And that's just brilliant defending. If Sakt wanted to make it 4, he needed to make a decision early. He waited too long. And so Amran made the decision for him.
And Amran closing that angle down in that situation. It's what you have to do when you're caught in a 2-on-1 situation. Close down both the passing and the shot angle. It's incredibly difficult to do. And the margin for error is so tight. But in that instance, Amran's execution was spot on. He'll need a lot more of that as he pushes forward, gets numbers forward, which exposes him at the back. A number of competitors do find that they defend better against counter attacks, but the risk involved in defending against an overwhelming counter attack is just too great, so the risk isn't worth it.
Having a look at this 4-3-1-2. If you combine that with a good high press, team press, it can be extremely effective. Basically, don't let it get towards that back 4 as they have no protection. So if you can do your defending prior to the ball getting to that back line, you'll be all fine. It is, however, a big if. 3-0, 2 goals in almost 10 minutes. For CR7 for Sakt. And with that 4-3-1-2 Treaders, I dare say, things will open up immeasurably.
And in the 4-3-1-2, you can press quite aggressively because of how narrow it is, particularly if your opponent is prone to not switching the ball. But unfortunately for Amran, Sakt is quite good at switching that ball as he gets incredibly close to snatching a goal back. The defense from Sakt has nearly been as good as the possession play has been. It's such a bizarre experience seeing Atal pull out Elasticos, but that is a beauty of the FUT Birthday promo and indeed the FUT Birthday item.
Lofted through ball to the near side. Zivchenko to Mbappe. It's good passing. Renato hasn't scored today. Hasn't scored yet. Mbappe past the defender with ease. Ball across the face, but Schmeichel is there. If nothing else, Treaders, it's great to see Amran change things up nice and early. Clearly wasn't happy with what he was seeing. And by risking things a little earlier, he's certainly given us more of a contest.
And particularly in the 4-2-3-1, when you're conceding goals in a stereotypical defensive formation, you have to make adjustments. your game plan of trying to see out your opponent to frustrate them defensively so you can strike on either the counter-attack or in possession play just clearly isn't coming off, and sacked time and time again. If that wasn't Vieira making that run onto the ball, who knows what could have happened. But Sack still in possession of the ball. He's a man who seems to make magic happen in every attack, and he's still keeping possession. The close control is incredible, but the last-ditch defending from Amran is up to scratch on that occasion.
Amran is still in it. 3 goals down, yet to score across both legs. The final substitution will be made, no doubt, because of stamina-related issues, if nothing else. Up to 10 depth, the constant pressure is on. Fast build-up. Players in box, turn it all up, lad. Turn it all up. It could have been 4-0 down. Vieira got stage fright. But it is 1 half left for Amran in qualifier 3 to get his 3 goals. Otherwise, it is tournament over. Sacked must be very happy with how things have transpired thus far.
And the options for Amran as he plays against both Sacked and the clock become so limited. He has only one option now, and that's to get a very quick early goal. If we don't see him score at least one by the 70th minute, it's game over for Amran. And if we do indeed see Sack score on this attack, brilliant defense against a counter-attack yet again from Amran. Sacked would be a little bit disappointed at his inability to capitalize on these continual number advantages that he's generating, particularly as Amran pushes numbers forward. But maybe, just maybe, the sheer volume of opportunities will pay off eventually for Sacked, as indeed it does. The shot helped on its way in by Reece James, but the strike from Pele was aided by some brilliant skill moves in the build-up.
And it's that ball roll to take it from the grasp of the goal. The build-up was certainly lovely, but without the composure at the end of it, it means nothing. And Sacked, you get the feeling, starting to enjoy this one now. Neymar can't complete, but gets it back and takes a dive. Mendy crosses inside, Walker away. Mane and Amran would have to do something very rarely seen indeed. With just over a third of the contest left, maybe that is Sacked thinking about a 5 at the back or just a more defensive setup of his 4-4-2. Amran with Mendy has to go forward because the midfield with that fast build-up does not have players around. Finally, a sliding challenge results in a card of some kind. Look at those poor players for Amran. Still 30 in-game minutes left at least, and half of them look like they're done already.
Sorry.
He's rattled treaders. You feel for the man who was hoping he could sort out those fresh legs with a new player, but as I covered at that last break, it was his 3rd and final substitution.
Yeah, it was just a little bit comical. Poor Amran pushing everything forward, thinking he could finally bring on Inaki Williams, but to his dismay, unable to make that substitution. And now Sacked, able to make the changes of his own to really ensure that when he does get possession of the ball, he's able to hold up the play. And you'll see more of those types of touches, just too heavy. The press is looking ragged and unorganized. And Sacked will be able to simply just run for the hills, knowing that he will be through to the next round without an insane amount of bottling from Sacked.
Neres inside, Ronaldo past the defender, and again, surely Schmeichel does get down to make the stop. When defenders are getting treated like traffic cones, you look for the goalkeeper often to put a stop to it. You can call him out if your opponent is focused on 1v1 breakdowns. Calling your keeper out can be the go-to move, and indeed, Amran makes that right call at the right time. Sacked up 4 goals to nothing on aggregate. It does not appear that it will be Amran's day, and maybe that will be his FIFA 21 season coming to a close. The gentleman from Singapore all the way up at number 11, so tantalizingly close to guaranteed playoffs FIFA 21. But Sacked has been the go-to competitor in this matchup, Treaders. That veteran experience we talked about, matched in this second leg by that early 10-minute salvo where he was completely zoned in and ready to go.
And if he's able to replicate that focus, that energy in finals games, just the overall question is, can he do that, have that level of impact in the big moments, in the big games? We're yet to see him really have those massive outputs, the massive explosions that we've seen in the earlier stages, in the later stages. So that's the question that we'll take heading into tomorrow. Does Sacked have what it takes to get the job done, as he puts the icing on the cake with one final dagger? Step back, why not? And Sacked 5-0, about as emphatic a scoreline as they come.
With that incredible start to the second leg from Sacked, Amran needed to do something different. He was in the 4-2-3-1, considered to be generally a defensive formation. He switched to the 4-3-1-2, and with the lack of protection, no wide midfielders, no central defensive midfielders, he's conceded a few, but more importantly has been unable to score over 2 legs. These are the fine margins at the top level of FIFA esports. And maybe, if you are an old hand, you can look on to this contest with a little bit of optimism. Sacked approaching his 30s, but playing with the youthful exuberance of a man near half his age. It does feel like the new generation is rising up. We were talking about it the other day. They are the ones who grow up with these in-game mechanics. They are ready to be thrust upon the main stage. But spare a thought for Amran. He has come up against Sacked, who is scoring goals nearly for fun. 3 for CR7, 2 for Pele. And Sacked is just simply the stronger competitor on the day. Maybe, Treaders, it is all those years of tournament experience that gave him the edge in this encounter.
Oh, he really set the tone, didn't he? At the end of the first leg, he wore down Amran, and from that point, well, it was all Sacked from there on out. Credit to Amran for putting up a fight for almost all of that first leg, but at the end of it, the onslaught from Sacked, the tactics, just the overall gameplay from Sacked just proved to be too much.
There is zero shame in being eliminated to a competitor of that quality. Sacked will be someone you need to keep an eye on as we head in tomorrow to Championship Sunday. Before today, that is up for Treaders and myself. We will prepare and get ready for a feast of FIFA tomorrow on Championship Sunday. But to break down the final game of day one for the final time, we'll throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate and Treaders. Nate, I will say though, I know you're still listening right now, Sack does not need to be reminded that people born in 1992 are close to their 30s, all right? Nobody born in 1992 needs to be reminded of that one right there. Right, congratulations to Sack. He does make his way through to Championship Sunday. Mike LaBelle, let's break it down right here. He is a pro. He's not a veteran. He's a challenger, and he was definitely showing us why he could challenge for this title.
And Sack came with a program and he executed. He outlasted, he prolonged, and once he got the opener and was able to add to it, it was lights out. We didn't see any opportunities being created really on the reverse end. So a lot of credit to Sack. Very impressed. And I expect him to make a run. As per usual, I expect him to make a run. The Achilles heel, or the side that has us being a little more critical, is, are we going to see Sack win an event? Because it's not a matter of ability in terms of being able to get to those finals, being able to perform, having the intricacies, the details, having a game plan, having the patience, the composure, really none of the above. It's just been right when he gets to a final, as you see a pretty traditional burst of pace there with a directional bridge dribble. And because Sack is known as a possession player, once she gets ahead, it kind of weighs on you. Classic ball roll, Pele, maybe takes a deflection, but I'm sure that he'll take that deflection. It's positive. They all count the same. And then to add a little more insult to injury, we've got Pele with that classic ball roll scoop turn. Love that combination. Extremely effective. One of the most effective combinations that you can come across. And you see it. Amran never got in this game. There's really no argument on the reverse side. He could never get into any sort of free flow. There was nothing on his end. It was all Sacked, and he's moving on. He can't feel anything but more confident than ever heading into Championship Sunday.
He's got to be full of confidence right there. And I was making plenty of noises whilst we were watching those highlights because, Mike, when the ball is going your way, when it's bouncing in your favor, it feels like there's nothing that can stop these players. And that definitely was the way for Sacked, especially in that second leg. Yes, all the talent and skills were on show, but sometimes you just got to count your lucky stars as well.
I mean, you can't make an argument really from Amran because there was no opportunity being created. Sack completely took him out of the game. So offensively, whether he's giving you the razzle and the dazzle or some of those fine details that we love to compliment and we insert so many superlatives, at the end of the day, he completely took Amran out of the game. We saw no offense, no breakdowns, no saves from the goalkeeper, no nothing. And a lot of it's done via the possession play. They've always had that saying that the best defense is a great offense. And in FIFA in particular, a lot of that great offense is sometimes connected to the possession just because your opponent doesn't have the ball.
One shot and one shot on target for Amran. I don't think we've seen that. Not in a very long time. Anyway, it's Sacked who progresses through to Championship Sunday. Let's have a look back at some of today's action, though. It is time for our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
As we do, the biggest moment of the day in many regards, because it was a late winner, extra time, I wanted to revisit. It just seems right. I love seeing some composure, witnessing that, being a member of that type of composure, and also being able to take space and attack space. That's what we're going to focus on here. You see Jay. He set it up. You got a 1v1 matchup here, and you're going to go with a little La Croqueta right around the opposition, scores the goal, 120th minute, wrap it up. Your opponent turns off the console, you move forward, you move onward, and you're feeling good about yourself, and you're carrying that momentum. And I feel as if the best goal today might have been in the first breakdown. However, in terms of how meaningful that goal was, I think that was the most meaningful goal of the day, and that's another reason that I wanted to highlight it, bring it back. It was the decider. We didn't see those penalty kicks that have been requested. Maybe that'll happen tomorrow.
Well, hopefully we'll see some on Championship Sunday. There's been plenty of action, and let's have a look how our brackets currently look right now. We did jump down into the losers bracket side of things. We can start with that. Operation ESS taking on Scarz J. Was J who progresses through round 1. So tomorrow he takes on Zeus Hugging in round number 2. And in the matchup we've just watched, it was Sact who came out on top, dominating 5-0, and he's earned himself a losers bracket round 2 matchup against Bazinio. All of that happening on Championship Sunday. Yes, tomorrow there will be plenty more action to come. Mike LaBelle, these players in the losers bracket, they're building confidence, they're building momentum. Championship Sunday, I bet they can't wait.
And kind of ironically, but a lot of the household names of the big name players started off in the losers bracket, actually, or definitely in the losers bracket now from this region. So I'm looking forward to it. It's a lot of the guys that we expected to see those head-to-head matchups, and we're going to see who has the will to win, the desire, the gameplay, the ability, just all encompassing, having that tactical approach, being able to adjust on the fly.
Well, we will be seeing what will happen in Championship Sunday. But first, before we end today, let's have a look back at our top 5 goals of the day.
A better foot item would have finished that. The header saved onto the frame, but Ronaldo will leap higher than most others. 5-2 down. Heel to heel, pass inside. First time strike into the side netting.
Maybe in this situation, the free kick might see him lob that ball into the backstick, and Cantona does score. And Phantom is able to capitalize on leaving that target man on the pitch. Bazinio, who's defending with quite a bit of space between the lines, not very compact, which is allowing Lookman, once he gets into the box, to do moves like that. The reverse elastico to glory from Lookman as he extends his advantage to 3 goals. He's defending quite well, but you cannot defend that. The Neymar rainbow flick, creating the opportunity to snatch a goal back.
Mike, on lots of things, me, you, Nate, Treaders, but when it comes to the goal, surely we can all agree that we've seen some absolute beauties today.
And I love the number 1 there with the Neymar rainbow, because you don't see people use the rainbow in general that often. So when you see it at a pro level and it's executed perfectly, all in one motion, hits it off the volley, fair play. The second goal we talked about, I still think that might be my favorite of the day in terms of the double drag back, and then the reverse elastico that kind of splits through the defense, cuts through the defense. But you're right, we can't complain, man. We got some premium quality finishes. Outside of the last matchup, everything was close and there was back and forth. Sack just had to go over here and just dominate for the challengers, or the veterans, the old man on the scene.
You're allowed to say that because you're older than him, Mike LaBelle. But there has been plenty of action today, and hopefully it continues tomorrow. Let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule. This is how things will unfold on the route to crowning our 3rd champion here in East Asia. We kick things off 10:10 Central European Summertime. Scarz J7 taking on Zeus Hugging, and then 10:11 it's Sack taking on Bazinio. The winners of those matches will go head-to-head in our losers bracket round number 3 at 10:12 Central European Summertime. And then we move on to our losers bracket final. Scarz Phantom, he's sat patiently waiting, and another man who's going to have to wait a little bit longer, it's Lookman HZQ. He's in our grand final 10:02 Central European Summertime, and then we will be breaking everything down. Mike LaBelle, what a day it's been. These games have flown by, but that's what happens when you're watching premium quality FIFA.
I see. I'm starting to give you some of that vernacular you need to have in your arsenal. But yeah, the games go by very quickly. I always forget because it starts such early morning here and the sun starts to come out as we're closing this up. We've got a double dip today, so I'm looking forward to that. I've got Kyle Walker, Mike LaBelle. We're on together all day long. We got South America as well. But I'm really looking forward to a lot of the matchups that are going to be on display tomorrow. Like I said, it's a lot of the big names in this region. We want to see them face off, decide what's happening, might even get a bit of a playoff preview.
Yes, maybe we will get a bit of a preview to those playoffs. It is Championship Sunday tomorrow, so make sure you join. It is the third and final East Asia Regional Qualifier. Make sure you back. Make sure you join us. I can promise you entertainment. I did that at the beginning of the day. We got that. We got goals, and we got some of that premium quality FIFA that Mike LaBelle always tells us, and we're ready to do it once again. Stay safe, and we will see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.